Ladies and gentlemen, A very, very good morning to all of you. Before we officially begin today's program, I would like to take a few moments to share some housekeeping announcement for your comfort and safety. Kindly ensure that your mobile phones and other devices are switched to silent mode or vibrate throughout the conference to avoid disrupting the proceeding. Please take a moment to familiarize yourself with the emergency exits located at the front of the hall, at the side of the hall and the back of the hall. In the unlikely event of an emergency, please remain calm and follow the instructions of our organizing committee and venue staff. Restroom facilities are located just outside the conference hall. Our volunteers will be happy to direct you if you need it. Tea and refreshments will be served during the scheduled tea break from 10:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. We kindly request everyone to return to the hall promptly so that the program can continue on schedule. During the keynote sessions, participants are encouraged to hold their questions until the designated question and answer session. Kindly introduce yourself and your institution before asking your questions. Please be informed that photographs and videos recording will be taken throughout today's conference for documentation and publicity purposes. Kindly keep your conference badge visible at all times while attending your conference. Your conference kit and program booklet contain useful information about today's session. If you require any assistance during the conference, please approach any member of the organizing committee or our volunteers who will be happily to assist you. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up to welcome His Excellency Ahmad Olantunji Sulugambari, the Nigerian High Commissioner. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome also Yang Berbahagia Professor Dato Dr. Haja Bibi Farina Abdullah, the Pro-Chancellor of Lincoln University College. We have Professor Datin Dr. Hafiza Hassan, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic, Lincoln University College. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly remain standing for. We have also our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Ravichandran Murthy from the Research Center for History, Politics and International Affairs, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Let's welcome also Dato AMB Dr. Muhammad Yusuf Abu Bakar, our Vice Chancellor and CEO of Lincoln University College. Kindly remain standing for National Anthem of Malaysia, National Anthem of Nigeria, and National Anthem of Indonesia. Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Welcome to the International Conference on Asia Rising Conference 2026 Humanity's Contribution to Sustainable Society. Thank you for joining us today as we gather to share knowledge, exchange ideas, and strengthen international academic collaboration. We would like to give a very warm welcome to all our distinguished delegates from Indonesia, Malaysia, China, and all the other countries. Thank you for joining us today for this international conference. It is our great pleasure and honor to welcome all of you today, including our Nigerian High Commissioner and guest, also the presenters from various other countries to this conference. Your presence truly adds diversity, value, and significance to this gathering. We hope you have a meaningful, productive, and memorable experience with us. Once again, welcome, and we are delighted to have you here. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to speak a Malay just for a moment, yeah? Saya mencuba serangkap pantun ya, ibu-ibu dan bapa-bapa sekalian. Mencari timba si anak dara di bawah sarang burung tempua. Salam sembah pembuka bicara. Selamat datang untuk semua. Ada siapa-siapa nak berbalas pantun saya? Tak ada. Tidak berani ya? When we hosted the first Asia Rising Conference in 2025, we set more than just an agenda. We set a direction. Ladies and gentlemen, this year, in our second edition, we took the direction forward by making the entire process simpler and paperless. From the very beginning, it was rooted in our theme of sustainability. We put that value into practice by using the resources we already have in the best possible way and by creating a model that future stakeholders can continue. Our goal was not just to host an event, but to carry the core idea of sustainability through every part of our interview. Ladies and gentlemen, to seek blessing for today's program, I would like to invite Mr. Hasrul to lead us in the recitation of the prayer. Please welcome.
الفاتحة. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين حمدا يوافي نعمه ويكافئ مزيده. يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك وعظيم سلطانك. اللهم بارك في هذا المؤتمر وفي جميع المشاركين والمحاضرين والحاضرين، واجعل اجتماعنا هذا اجتماعا مباركا نافعا. اللهم ارزقنا علما نافعا والفهم والحكمة، وفقنا لما فيه من الخير والصلاح، واجعل أبحاثنا وأعمالنا سببا في خدمة العلم والمجتمع. اللهم بارك في جامعتنا وفقها إلى النجاح والتمييز، واجعل هذا المؤتمر منبرا للعلم والتعاون وتبادل الخيرات. Ya Allah, berkatilah konferensi ini serta semua peserta dan hadirin yang hadir. Jadikanlah pertemuan kami ini sebagai satu pertemuan yang diberkati dan memberi manfaat. Ya Allah, kurniakanlah kepada kami ilmu yang bermanfaat, kefahaman dan kebijaksanaan. Bimbinglah kami kepada segala perkara yang baik dan membawa kepada segala kemaslahatan. Serta jadikanlah kajian dan usaha kami sebagai sumbangan kepada perkembangan ilmu dan kesejahteraan masyarakat. Ya Allah, berkatilah universiti kami ini dan kurniakanlah kejayaan serta kecemerlangan kepadanya. Jadikanlah konferensi ini sebagai wadah untuk menimba ilmu, memperkukuh kerjasama dan berkongsi pengalaman. Oh Allah, bless this conference and all the participants and the attendees. Make this gathering as a blessed and beneficial occasion. Oh Allah, grant us beneficial knowledge, understanding and wisdom. Guide us towards all that is good and beneficial, and make our research and effort a meaningful contribution to the advancement of knowledge and the well-being of society. Oh Allah, please bless our university and grant it success and excellence. Make this conference a platform for gaining knowledge, strengthening collaboration, and sharing experience. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Thank you, Mr. Hasrul, for your dua recitation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my great honor to invite Professor Dato Dr. Haja Bibi Florin Abdullah, the Pro-Chancellor of Lincoln University College, to deliver the inauguration speech. Please give a warm round of applause as we welcome our Professor Dato Dr. Haja Bibi Florin Abdullah.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony this morning, Dr. Risalini. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and good morning to all of you. We have the presence of His Excellency, the Ambassador Ahmad Alatu Ola Tunji Sulul Gambari, the High Commissioner of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to Malaysia. We have also Professor Dr. Ravi Chandran Ruti, our distinguished keynote speaker this morning. And of course, Professor Datu Dr. Muhammad Yusuf Abu Bakar, our Vice Chancellor and also the CEO of Lincoln University College. We have Professor Datin Dr. Hafizah, Deputy VC, Academic. And of course, Dr. Bessie of the Dean of the School of Art and Humanities, Social Science, Arts and Humanities, and your team. And all the lecturers, our distinguished international participants dari Indonesia, Apa ini selamat datang. And then of course, a participant from China, from India, and from Saudi Arabia. So, and of course, our dear Malaysian participants, distinguished academicians, researchers, colleagues, students, friends, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to Lincoln University College and to Asia Rising 2026. We are rising. So it is a great honor and pleasure to have all of you with us today. Looking around this gathering, I think the title Asia Rising could not be more appropriate. So today we have voices from across Asia, from China, from India, from Indonesia, from Saudi Arabia, Sri Lanka, Malaysia, and of course, together with our distinguished guests yesterday from Nigeria, we have 31 of them. They are registrars from 31 universities in Nigeria, representing an important bridge between Africa and Asia. So Your Excellency, we are actually especially honored by your presence because Nigeria already has a meaningful relationship with Lincoln University College, and we value the growing connection between our two regions. We have our presence in many parts of Nigeria, actually. So we have just set up a Lincoln in Kumo, in Nigeria, Gombe, Lincoln University. So in fact, your presence reminds us of something very important. Asia may be the subject of today's conference, but sustainable development can never happen in isolation. So this is where Sustainable Development Goal 17, partnerships for the goal, becomes particularly very relevant. So I'm very happy with your Dr. Bessie and your team for choosing this title. We need partnerships between countries, universities, and disciplines. Actually, we have very good partnership with Indonesia. I have actually come all your area in Indonesia. Okay, we need partnership, between countries, universities, and discipline. We need South cooperation. We need Asia and Africa to share experiences and learn from one another, not merely as recipients of knowledge, but increasingly as creators of knowledge and solutions. And that brings me to what I believe is at the heart of Asia Rising, Asia Rising 2026. So ladies and gentlemen, for many years, when we face problems in our societies, we often look outward for solutions. We studied models developed elsewhere, we adopted theories developed elsewhere, and we measured ourselves against standards created elsewhere. There is much that Asia has learned from the world, actually, and we should continue to learn from the best ideas wherever they originate. But Asia has also matured from all this learning. So today, as Asia is home to some of the world's largest economies, oldest civilizations, youngest populations, fastest growing technologies, and most dynamic societies. So perhaps the question is no longer simply, what can Asia learn from the world? Perhaps we should also be asking, what can Asia learn from Asia, and what can the world learn from us? So Asian solutions for Asian realities. Our societies have their own histories. Our families and communities function differently, and our cultures, languages, values, tradition, and social structures are different. Therefore, a solution created for one part of the world cannot always simply be translated into another and expected to work. Asian problems require solutions that understand Asian realities. And this is precisely where humanities become so powerful. Science can tell us what is possible. Technology can tell us what can be done. Economics can tell us what it may cost. But humanities ask, what does it mean for the people? So through arts, media, communication, literature, history, philosophy, culture, languages, and social sciences, we understand how people think. I think this is what Dr. Betsy is doing in her school. How societies behave, how values are formed, and how communities respond to change. So consider the challenges confronting Asia today after what I've spoken. Rapid urbanization. I think all of you can see that. Climate change is everywhere. An aging population in some countries and a very young population in others. And of course, there's a question of migration. All right. Mental well-being, social inequality, cultural identity, and misinformation. And now, extraordinary rise of artificial intelligence. Everybody is like, so excited to use AI. And these are not merely technological economic problems, actually. They are human problems. And human problems require human understanding. Technology needs humanity. And artificial intelligence may be able to process enormous amounts of information, but can it understand the meaning of our traditions? So this is tradition, vs, artificial intelligence. Can it understand why family, community, language, and cultural identity matter so deeply in our society? So can an algorithm alone decide what is ethical, what is fair or socially acceptable? That is why as technology becomes more powerful, the humanities become more important, not less. So technology may shape our future, but human values must guide it. And perhaps that is one of the most important contributions Asia can make to the global conversations. Development that embraces innovation without losing the culture and compassion and humanity. So the Lincoln philosophy, since this is organized by Lincoln, I would like to share with you. This philosophy resonates strongly with what we believe at Lincoln University College. Our name carries the ideals associated with President Abraham Lincoln: quality, equality, dignity, and opportunity. So we believe education should not belong only to the privileged. That is why we are everywhere, even in Africa, in Somalia, in everywhere. It should be accessible to people regardless of nationality, culture, gender, and social background or circumstances. So education should open doors. Education should break barriers. And education should enable people not merely to improve their own lives, but to contribute meaningfully to their communities and the societies. And that principle continues to guide Lincoln University College as we grow internationally. So today, our students and partners come from many parts of the world, including Asia, Africa, and beyond. We have established connections and a presence internationally, including in Nigeria, in Sri Lanka, Somalia, Nepal, just to name a few. So we are also proud of Lincoln's growing international recognition, including our position in the QS World University Ranking of 2026 at number 638 globally, and together with our recognitions in the Time Higher Education Impact Ranking of 2025, which measures universities' contribution towards the Sustainable Development Goal, SDG 17 of the United Nations. But I always believe rankings are recognition, okay? They are not our destination, actually. Yeah. Our true achievement is measured by the lives we transform. That is why my slogan is always, it doesn't matter who comes here, what matters who goes out. A student who discovers an opportunity, that matters. A graduate who changes a community, that matters. And a researcher who finds a solution, that matters. And a partnership between universities that allows knowledge to cross borders, that matters. So Asia rising, okay, the topic today. So I hope that the deliberation that we have, how many days? 2 days can be make of better use, Dr. Betsy. So ladies and gentlemen, so when we say Asia rising, let us not think only of rising GDP, taller buildings or smarter cities or more advanced technology. Let us speak of an Asia rising in confidence. An Asia confident enough to value its own knowledge, confident enough to tell its own stories, and confident enough to study its own societies, confident enough to develop solutions rooted in thought, cultures, and reality, and confident enough to share those solutions with the rest of the world. That is how we rise. And this is where artists, writers, journalists, filmmakers, academics, philosophers, historians, social scientists, and communicators have an enormous responsibility on this. Your topic is very interesting. And because whoever tells a story helps shape the future, actually, at the end of the day, and Asia must increasingly have the confidence to tell its own story. So at the same time, Asia must never rise alone. All right. Our distinguished Nigerian High Commissioner reminds us that Africa too is rising, innovating and seeking solutions gathered in its own society. There is therefore enormous potential for Asia and Africa cooperation, not based on dependency, but on partnership, Your Excellency. Mutual respect and shared learning. So that is the true spirit of SDG 17, if you study that one. So to our friends from Nigeria, from Sri Lanka, Indonesia, China, India, and Saudi Arabia today, and of course to all our Malaysian and international participants, bring your experiences, to this table today. Bring your cultures, bring your different perspective, challenge one another, learn from one another. And perhaps by the end of this conference, we will not only have discussed the problem facing our societies, we will have begun creating some of the solution, I'm sure. We have our guest speaker here. He not being so experienced, he will share. And let us, let Asia Rising 2026 become a platform where knowledge meets culture, technology meets humanity, and where different nations come together, not merely to exchange ideas, but to build a more sustainable future. So this is a very important platform actually this morning. And even more important because we have, like the presence of Your Excellency here. So because Asia does not need to imitate in order to rise, all right? We have our own, what they call, acuan. Yeah. And Asia can learn from the world, work with the world, and still have the courage to find its own way. And as Asia rises, let us make sure that our humanity rises with it. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Betsy, and your committee for organizing this. Congratulations for a well-organized event. I can see that everybody is very alert. Once again, welcome to Lincoln University College. Welcome to Malaysia, our, saudara serumpun. So, and then welcome to Asia Rising 2026. I hope the deliberation will be of good use. Assalamualaikum and God bless and have a good conference for 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Dato, for your inspiring words and visionary leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to one of the highlights of today's program. It's my great honor and privilege to introduce and welcome our distinguished keynote speaker, His Excellency Ahmad Olatunji Sulugambari. We are truly honored to have you, sir, today. Let me read a little profile about you. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency is the distinguished Nigerian diplomat and a public servant with extensive experience in international relations, diplomacy, governance, and foreign affairs. He currently serves as the High Commissioner of Nigeria to Malaysia. Over the course of his diplomatic career, he has several senior positions, including Deputy Director at the National Assembly and within Nigeria Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He has also served in Nigerian diplomatic missions in Japan, Belgium, and Liberia, where he handled political, consular, multilateral, and protocols-related responsibility. His Excellency holds a PhD in Peace and Security, as well as master's degree in International Politics and Governance and Developmental Policy. He also possesses qualification in Strategic Negotiation, Diplomacy, and Protocol, and a bachelor degrees in Public Administration. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency.
So, you, my brother. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وبه نستعين. I would like to start by recognizing the presence of the Pro-Chancellor, Professor Datuk Dr. Bibi Florina bint Abdullah, and also to recognize the distinguished founder and president of Lincoln University, Professor Amiya Bhaumik, the principal officers, deans and member of Senate, my colleagues in the diplomatic corps, Dato Ambassador Dr. Mohammed Yusuf bin Heb Bakar, and students of these esteemed institutions, I bring you warm greetings from the government and people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And I thank you sincerely for inviting me to give a keynote address at this August gathering in the month of August. I'm deeply honored to stand before you today. Let me begin with a confession. I do not come to Lincoln University as a stranger to its history. In the weeks before I resumed duty here in Kuala Lumpur, a little research I conducted indicated that barely a year ago, Nigerian authorities granted an operational license for a new university campus in Gombe State, bearing this very name, Lincoln University. Built in partnership between your Malaysia founders and the Gombe State government. The institution already trains young Nigerians with a blend of Malaysia and Nigerian academic standard. I begin with this because as I speak this morning about Africa and Asia, drawing closer together, I'm not describing an abstraction. I'm describing these very rooms. Permit me one further personal indulgence because it goes to the very heart of what I wish to say. Barely 48 hours after I arrived in Kuala Lumpur, I stood before His Majesty Sultan Ibrahim, the King of Malaysia, to formally present my letter of credence as High Commissioner of Nigeria to this country. And that marks the commencement of my diplomatic duties in Malaysia. I must also add that I've been in this profession long enough to know that such speed is unusual. It is not merely a matter of scheduling, it is a signal of a strengthening Malaysian-Nigerian relations, indeed Asian-African relations. One moment from that royal audience has stayed with me since. As I stood before His Majesty in our national attire, His Majesty paused and remarked on the clothes I wore. It lasted only a few seconds, but I have come to believe that some of the truest diplomacy happened in exactly such seconds, not in communique only, but in genuine curiosity about each other's. I begin with all these stories because of the vivid description it brings to the larger subject I have been asked to address: strengthening African-Asia relation through diplomacy in an emerging multipolar world. It is easy in this profession to speak only in the language of summits, meetings, conferences, and statistics. But in relation between nations are, in the end, built much the way relations between people are built, through curiosity, through respect to one another, and through the quiet accumulation of sincere gesture over time. Nigeria and Malaysia have been accumulating such gesture for longer than either of us might realize. Our diplomatic ties trace back to 1965, when Nigeria, under the then Prime Minister of Nigeria, Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, and his counterpart in Malaysia, Prime Minister Tuku Abdul Rahman, established diplomatic relations between the two newly independent nations, thousands of miles apart, discovering they had more in common than geography, that two nations found their way to each other so early and have kept building on it ever since. That says something about the world we now find ourselves in. Africa is home to the youngest population on Earth. Asia is home to some of its fast-growing economies. It should surprise no one that Africa and Asia are finding new reason to speak directly to one another rather than only through intermediaries. Essentially, the African-Asia relations have always been defined by mutual understanding that underscore the thriving relation in both bilateral and multilateral engagements. Africa and Asia have collaborated in many international forums. However, the current dynamics that define Africa and Asia relation is trade. Through strong economic partnership, anchor on trade, infrastructural development, investment, import and export activities. Importantly, this intercontinental relation reveals vital lessons regarding state-led development, economic dependency, and strategic collaborations. All this could be viewed through the lens of balance of trade. This story is very much evident in the Malaysian-Nigerian relations. Bilateral trade between our country, for instance, reached some 1.23 billion United States dollar last year, only last year, 1.23 billion USD. Making Nigeria today one of Malaysia's largest trading partner on the African continent. On the other hand, the Malaysian export to Nigeria, driven substantially by palm oil, grew by more than 50% in a single year. Our own export to Malaysia lean heavily on agricultural produce and petroleum. Neither side has come close to the ceiling of what is possible here. We still need to do more. Our two custom authorities, both in Nigeria and in Malaysia, are set to negotiate mutual recognition agreement designed to smooth the passage of legitimate goods across our borders. On education, which I suspect is the pillar closest to the heart of everyone in this hall today. Nigeria is the second largest African source of international students in Malaysia. Since 1981, hundreds of Nigerian public servants have passed through the Malaysian Technical Cooperation Program, that is the MTCP. Early this year, it might interest you to know that EMGS visited Nigeria as a part of measure to deepen cooperations in the education sector. And as I mentioned when I began, these very institutions has already begun writing the next chapter itself. That is the Lincoln University College, through its new campus in Gombe State. Malaysia higher education is now quite literally taking root in Nigerian soil. Finally, South-South diplomacy. The ground on which Nigeria and Malaysia share closely aligned ambition and interests. Our two countries have shared membership in nearly every major forum of the developing world, like the Non-Aligned Movement, the Group of 77, the Commonwealth, the Organization of Islamic Corporations, and the D8 Organization for Economic Cooperation in Istanbul, Turkey, whose 9 members alone are home, that's the D8 organizations, whose 9 members are home to some 1.3 billion people and a combined economy worth more than $5 trillion. That's talking about the members of the D8 groups that have its headquarters in Istanbul, Turkey. Between them, this forum represents some of the biggest population on Earth, and that scale gives Nigeria and Malaysia a real opportunity to work closely with nations who share circumstances. The developing world, after all, need not only wait for others to write the rules of corporations. Sometimes we can write our own. Nations that trust one another trade with one another. Nations that trade with one another send their young people to learn in one another's universities. And nations whose young people have studied side by side are the ones best equipped to sit beside each other at the multilateral table, negotiating as partners rather than waiting to be negotiated for. It is in this 3 pillars, trade, education, and South-South diplomacy, that Malaysia and Nigerian relations have thrived in recent years. It is in this same 3 that Africa and Asia relations more broadly have flourished the most. I would therefore ask everyone in this hall to see yourself inside that story. Some of you will build the companies that trade between Lagos and Kuala Lumpur before this decade is out. Some of you, whether Nigerian, Malaysian, or from elsewhere across our 2 continents, may one day stand where I am standing, representing your own country to one another. In all, one truth must be spoken. African and Asian relations must continue to thrive in an increasingly multipolar world. It will be a win-win situation. There is an African proverb that says, and I want to give you an African proverb this morning, that says, if you want to go fast, go alone, you will be fast. But if you want to go far, go together. Nigeria and Malaysia are not in a hurry to go fast. We are more interested in going far together, deliberately, and for a very long time to come. Thank you for your kind attention. And thank you once again to Lincoln University College for the honor of this platform. Thank you all.
Thank you, His Excellency, for your inspiring words. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue, let us take a moment to look back at some of the wonderful highlights and memorable moments for today's event. Please sit back and enjoy this short montage celebrating friendship, culture, and collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, let's watch a video. Thank you so much for the video presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to invite our second distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Ravichandran Murthy, whose presence adds great value and significance for today's gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Dr. Ravichandran Murthy is from Research Center for History, Politics and International Affairs from Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Dr. Ravichandran is a professor of international relations at the Research Center for History, Politics and International Affairs, Faculty of Social Science and Humanities from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. He specialized in South Asian, and Indian Ocean geopolitics. He is currently the academic advisor to the Global Organization of People of Indian Origin, GOPIO, Malaysia. He has more than 100 academic publications to his name, including 4 edited volumes and numerous articles in highly cited journals. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Ravichandran is also an adjunct professor at the American University of Sovereign Nations in the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Ravichandran Murthy.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, MC. Let me change my glasses to the reading glass. I have 3 sets, one for driving, one for reading, and one for computer. So for me, I need to have not bifocal, but trifocal glasses, but that doesn't work for me. So I have to use interchangeably. Okay. Good morning, everybody. All right. So I need to mention the pleasantry first, the salutations, because we have a uh, a high commissioner here, which is full power. We call it plenipotentiary. We have also two. One is ex-ambassador here as well. So I need to, acknowledge them through diplomatic means first. Okay. So salutations to Dato Professor Dato Dr. Haja Bibi Florina, the Pro Chancellor of Lincoln University. I really admired your talk just now, your presentation. It's somewhat similar to what I've said. So whenever there is any duplication, I'll just refer to you. Okay. The High Commissioner, His Excellency Ahmad Ola Tunji Sulu Gambari, High Commissioner of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to Malaysia. It was nice listening to you, sir, and also your expose, so to speak, of Malaysia-Nigeria relations. I have, how do you say, very close affinity with Nigeria. Primarily, number one, as you mentioned, I have trained several Nigerian diplomats in the, what do you call that, in the diplomatic training program supported by the Malaysian Technical Cooperation Program during my years with the Diplomatic Institute. So I spent about 8 years in the Institute of Diplomacy and Foreign Relations, which is called IDFR. Okay. Then when I left the service to join the university, I also had the pleasure of supervising 2 Nigerian students working on Nigerian security and all the Boko Haram issues, right? So I've also published on the security aspect of Nigeria. So meeting you is indeed a pleasure. Okay. The senior management of Lincoln University, Dr. Bexy, thank you for inviting me. I think this is my second or third time speaking at this very hall. All right, I'm not sure which was the earlier one as well. Okay, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, students from Indonesia, from all over the world, and also Lincoln students. Very good morning and warm greetings to all of you. Okay. So at the outset, please allow me to register my appreciation to the management of Lincoln University for inviting me to speak at this opening session of this conference called Asia Rising 2026. Thank you so much for that. So ladies and gentlemen, looking back, I think the last decade or so, or rather the last 5 years, we can see a lot of new things happening in the world. It is no longer a world that we knew a decade ago. All right, the international system has almost collapsed. The world is in turmoil. The rule-based order of international relations of the multilateral system are being challenged. All right. Hard power politics are back. All right. So when we talk about the theories of international relation, we always say that liberalism or neoliberalism is the new form of international relations, as opposed to a very realist power-packed world, military power-packed world. But we are seeing the return of that major power politics in the region. Okay. Big power politics, strongman politics by major countries, the West and also in the East, are changing or altering international system and the way that we live in now. Okay. Now, having said that, okay, it is not only in the international sector. All right. We find that the turmoil of the world is also in other aspects of international relations, of global. Climate change is one of them. Okay. We have experienced changes, climate disasters over the years, global geopolitical instability, economic inequality, and the increase of vulnerable societies throughout the world. Uh, Also, the collapse of the rule-based order and the rapid technological disruption through generative AI, okay, which is not only reshaping industries but also challenging core values of what is it to be a human. All these events and happenings have presented great challenges to humanity, to social order, and also to the international systems, okay, that we did a lot of good work since the Second World War in order to develop. In this context, our conference theme today, humanity's contribution to sustainable society, becomes significant and relevant. The humanities and social sciences, which all of us come from, I believe, okay, are essential um, because they help us to understand not just how the world works, but how people live, how people think, and how people relate to one another. And this is something that what the good Professor Pro Chancellor mentioned earlier. Okay, in times of rapid change and turmoil, humanities and social sciences provide the framework for meaning, the framework for ethics and morality and resilience. Okay, that technology and economics alone alone cannot supply. Ladies and gentlemen, turmoil doesn't necessarily mean chaos. Okay, we always find opportunities in chaos, even in international relation. When the reciprocal tariffs were imposed by the United States, of course, many industries are impacted, but there are also some industries which are benefited from it. All right, it has created opportunities for others to transform and address those challenges. Okay, it also signals, okay, transformation. Now, why transformation is important? Transformation that warrants us to change our behavior, change our perception about how to deal with challenges and things, and also moderate our actions and transform our actions in order to be more resilient. Okay. For example, there are many examples. Okay. Like, for example, now all payments are through digital payment. Am I right? You have the QR code, you pay, all right? Okay. So what happens to the dollar note? The dollar note is supposed to be our legal currency, legal tender. And my economics days in the universities, my professor used to tell me, this is the legal tender. You cannot refuse this. You can refuse other modes of transportation, transaction, but the legal tender you cannot refuse. All right. If you go and have breakfast in roti canai and something, you pay by a Malaysian ringgit, they have to accept it. Okay. But unfortunately, things have changed. All right. Government department refused to accept the ringgit as a legal tender. All right. You go to immigrations or you go to the hospital, they say that pay by QR, pay by credit card. All right. Things have changed. I've argued that as well. But for them, they said, what is legal tender? I don't understand what is. All right. Okay. Probably they did not study economics in the university. All right. So these are things have changed. All right. It has also, I'm not sure whether it has improved, but it has facilitated and make life a bit easy, especially when you are traveling. All right. When you're traveling, nobody now goes to a, how do you say, travel agent to book anything. All right. Now it's all done, but you are the travel agent. All right. You are the travel agent. You are the ticketing agent. All right. So everything is done by yourself. Okay. So this transformation, all right, has also changed our lifestyle. okay, how we travel, how we do our banking, how we do our transaction and payment, so that kind of adaptation is there. But people like me who are from slightly on the old school, I have problems, especially when we order things in the restaurant. Am I right? You go order thing. I sit there. I said, "Give me your menu." I said, "No menu. Menu is in the phone." All right. Then I said, "No, no, I don't want this. Give me a menu." All right. So my children now refuse to follow me to the restaurant. All right, because it's I'm a source of embarrassment. Okay. Okay. All right. So therefore, transformation is happening, and we have to embrace it. All right. Periods of upheaval often force societies to re examine their values, all right, the institution and priorities, all right, in which where humanities becomes very vital because it gives a human sense to whatever we do. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to illustrate my point further, please allow me to probably describe one major challenge that impact humanity and social order. And thinking of humanities and action, designed by humanities can moderate and mitigate some of those challenges. Okay, I'm going to talk about climate resilience. I'm not a climate scientist. I'm actually an IR guy, International Relations Security Studies. But I've been working on this idea of climate change for some years, since about more than a decade ago. I was appointed by UNESCO to be part of their expert panel on the inclusion of climate change into the UDHR, which is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which is a 1948 document. So they had several meetings all over the world, and I was representing Malaysia at that time. And we had a lot of meetings throughout the world, and the track 2 or track 1.5 discussion revealed that we need to put in climate change into the UDHR. The reason why in 1948 climate was not, sustainability was not an issue, so it wasn't there. So we wanted to put it in, right? The civil society, the academia wanted to put it in, but unfortunately it was shot down by the governments, all right? It was not adopted because the government say this is problematic, we won't be able to address it. And somehow UDHR is just a declaration. Everybody can say, okay, we agree, but we don't, you really do not need to observe it as well, right? Because it's a declaration. So what is the point I'm trying to make is about creating the dialogue, creating change, all right? When you cannot go through UDHR, when you cannot go through the UNESCO system, but you can also go to other means of multilateral, all right? The United Nations, UNFCCC is one good example, which was actually the motherboard, or rather the mothership, that has, what do you call that, created that movement and what do you call that, awareness of the importance of climate change issues and climate resilience over the years. And in November, we know about the series of negotiation, right? We call it the COP, all right, the climate change conferences, all right? The next conference will be in November in Turkey, all right? I'm not sure whether if you're working on climate change, then this is one conference that I suggest that you attend. Now, let me look at this, all right? What is the issue of climate change and how humanities can help to manage or mitigate that? What is climate resilience? Okay, climate resilience has become a recurrent buzzword in current day climate discourse. The term essentially highlights the awareness and capacity of the people and society and also the system to do three things. First is to anticipate disasters, to endure disasters, and also to recover from from climate-related disasters. All right, we are all very familiar about the climate change issue, the melting of the glaciers, the increasing frequency of extreme weather patterns, drought, flooding, powerful reminders of climate change and signals that we have entered what we call the Anthropocene era. What is an Anthropocene era? It's an era, I know, the Jurassic Age and all that. So we have come to that Anthropocene era. Anthropocene here means the idea of, in philosophy, we call it anthropocentric philosophy, meaning where humanity start destroying nature, right? We feel that our environment and Mother Earth is for our use and abuse, right? The idea of anthropocentric behavior. Now, this is very important. I think this is well established in terms of academic writing and research, all right? So the Anthropocene era is a geological epoch, all right, in which the future of the planet depends on human action and which has no analogy in the Earth history. That means it has not happened before, and it is an inability of the Earth, of Mother Earth to embrace, or rather to adapt and rectify those changes made by human activity. Human action has become so powerful and pervasive that it is comparable to a geological force that transformed the planet in an unprecedented way. Nature, the environment, and climate are no longer background against human history and actions. This requires human to embrace the challenges that the new condition and its complexity and uncertainty. So climate change is emblematic to this change, to this shift. Okay, it is anticipated that many of the Anthropocene challenges, all right, new potentialities for catastrophic threat, and the possibility for abrupt climate change and the massive extinction of species has become reality. And this has brought enormous challenges to aspects such as access to water, food and energy security, and which are remain crucial issues of climate change. So if you were to look at from the conflict and social instability front, you know, climate change issues can also exacerbate conflicts in many regions, especially when resources are being shared by vulnerable communities in Africa, in much part of Asia, in the Mekong River Basin, which I've spent 2 years researching on water security issues. So I think these are some of the elements of the challenges that we face, right? But discourse, humanities and social sciences are important to create that awareness. All right. So we need to speak, we need to debate and discuss the issues, and this brings about some level of change. Okay. One good example, as I mentioned to you earlier, was the culmination of the climate debate, or what we call global climate change diplomacy, which was primarily driven by an overwhelming scientific agreement about the negative impact of climate change to the planet and also to our own sustainability as species in this planet. The formation of Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, all right, 1988, led to the foundation of the modern climate summits and also the landmark 1992 Earth Summit that we call it the Agenda 21. All right, I remember I was in IDFR at that time. When the then Tan Sri Fuzi or Tun Fuzi, we were discussing about this, and IDFR wanted to come up with a special training program on climate, climate awareness for civil servants at that time. So these are some of the challenges that we face. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, how does humanities contribute in managing this issue? I believe that climate change mitigation and cross-disciplinary in nature While the role of sciences can never be overstated, humanities and social science have an important role to play here. Humanities and social science are essential component to the to the natural sciences in building climate resilience. They shape meaning, all right? They also inculcate and surface values and norms and make technical solutions socially durable and desirable. Humanities shape how societies understand, respond, and recover from climate change, providing meaningful context and culturally grounded strategies. Okay. Now, let us, if I may have another few minutes of your time, what are the areas of social sciences that that can bring about this climate awareness or climate resilience? Um, Social scientists and humanities have studied, you know, many aspects of human existence and climate issues. Okay, like for example, from the field of ethics, like for example, ethics, justice, and politics, policy guidance. Okay, people in the philosophy, religious studies, and ethics helped define issues such as fair allocation, distributive justice, adaptation of resources, responsibility between nations and generational responsibility. And these are some of the concepts that you can find in bioethics, all right? Bioethics. So these are some of the contribution, all right? Rights-based approach to reallocation and compensation. Then in the field of anthropology, like for example, all right, history and also in area studies, there have been a lot of documented stories, like for example, and also anecdotes and narratives about knowledge system. All right. Now, knowledge system is also very important because one of the arguments made by Jeffrey Sachs, who was with IPCC at some time, he's an environmental economist, but now he comments on everything else. So Jeffrey Sachs says that the Western-based knowledge system has failed us. So probably it is time for us to look at some other knowledge system from the East, maybe from India, from China, from Africa. Okay, for us to look at how can we moderate our thinking or modulate our thinking in order to manage climate change issue. Yeah, sorry. Okay, there are other aspects like, for examples, art, theater, participatory humanities method, that talks about space, that talks about, climate issues and whatnot. Okay, so I think these are some of the elements of social sciences. All right, thank you so much. All right, some of the elements of social sciences and humanities that can create that awareness, the discourse in order to change behaviors. All right, so that's important for us to change behaviors. So in conclusion, okay, ladies and gentlemen, so I believe that humanities and social science are essential partners, okay, to the natural sciences. It understands and in understanding and safeguarding our kind of a chaotic world that we live in at this point of time. Social sciences help us to translate data into meaning, especially when you do statistics, right? Right? The statistics must have meaning. If not, it remains as numbers. It also provides us with the ethical understanding and obligation of what is right and what is wrong. Preserve cultural memory, all right? Design inclusive processes and also make technical solution more durable and acceptable and just. I think with that, I think I will conclude. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Ravichandran Murthy, for the inspiring and insightful keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, as a token of our sincere appreciation For the invaluable support and contribution, we shall now proceed with the presentations of token of appreciation. With this, may I invite Professor Dato Dr. Haja Bibi Froina Abdullah, accompanied by the Dean, Dr. Bexy, to the stage to present the token of appreciation. May I invite His Excellency Ahmad Olatunji Sulu Gambari to the stage to receive the memento of appreciation. Please welcome. Thank you, His Excellency. Thank you, Professor Dato Dr. Haja Bibi Froina Abdullah. May I invite our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Ravichandran Murthy, to receive the memento of appreciation. Thank you, Dato. Thank you, Dr. Bexy. Yeah, welcome. May I now invite all the honored guests, distinguished speakers, and university management students, delegates to the stage. So the stage, I think it's not stage, right? It should be here. Yeah. Okay. For an official group photograph session. So may I request all the participants from my right-hand side and my left-hand side, you should go and combine to the center for a group photography session.
One, two, three. First, and then we follow. Then something. So why don't you say Lincoln University College?
And then you all say Asia Rising.
Yes.
Okay. So I say Lincoln University College. You all say Asia Rising. So who is going to say 1, 2, 3 now? Lincoln University College. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That good enough?
Okay. Chinese scholars. These are Chinese group and
Group by group, yeah. Group by group. You just stay here. I will arrange for you.
Then the other.
Okay, whoever is sitting, you may sit. Yeah. Okay. Adik-adik di situ can just berganjak. Duduk dulu. Duduk dulu. Ya, ibu-ibu. Duduk dulu ya. Okay. Those who are sitting at the back, you have to stand. Mr. Manimaran, can you ask all of them to stand at the back? Stand. Stand. Come to the front a bit. Little bit front. Ask them to assemble in one line. Ask them to assemble in one line. Okay? Right. All right. So before that, ladies and gentlemen, after this photography session, right, refreshments are served outside the conference hall. Yeah. So this batch, once you finish your photography session, you may go out and have your refreshments. Once you're done, please come back and sit here. Yeah. All right. All right. Thank you. Ready. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Thumbs up. Yeah. Mini love. Cara apa itu? Sarangi. Sarangi. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. Now you may go and enjoy your refreshments. Thank you. And please come back. Please come back. Yeah. Thank you. All right. Delegations from Indonesia. Yes. Please come to the center.
Can I see all of them? Okay. Yeah.
That's all. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now adjourn for a tea break. Refreshments are served outside the conference hall. Kindly return to the hall in maybe 10-15 minutes. Thank you very much. Yeah, better to be on the stage. Oh, wow. Thank you, Dr. Maxime.
announcement, please be informed. All participants are required to assemble inside the auditorium for our next session.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, did anyone left your phone here? Anyone, did you left your phone over here? Here. Yeah, here first, then you have to move. Yeah. For now you are supposed to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after your light refreshment. How was your light refreshments just now? How was it?
It's good.
Good? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's move on to the next session. We will now proceed to one of the key highlights of today's event, the Memorandum of Understanding MOU signing ceremony. This MOU represents a significant step towards strengthening our partnership, fostering collaboration, and creating new opportunities for mutual growth and development. May I invite the distinguished representatives from both organization or institution to kindly come forward for the signing ceremony. So the MOU signing is between Lincoln University College and the Hassan University, Bengkulu. So may I invite Dr. Bexy from Lincoln University College and Ibu from the Hassan University. Music. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a round of applause as we witness this important moment of partnership and collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, the both education institutions are exchanging the mementos of appreciation and gift. Once again, congratulations to both parties and let us give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. As a token of appreciation and a memento of this memorable occasion, we would like to keep remember of special people, persons, or occasions. Thank you for our distinguished representative for the successful signing of the MOU. This significant agreement marks a new chapter of collaboration, partnership, and shared opportunities between two parties. We request all the lecturers from social sciences to go up to the stage for a photography session. And may I request the table to be removed? We request the lecturers from social sciences to the stage for a photography session.
Thank you. To all participants.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, kindly be seated. Yeah. There is a lost phone here. Can I know it belongs to whom? There is a lost phone. Lost phone. Lost phone. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Niza.
No, 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 no.
That's okay. I got it. Okay. Right, ladies and gentlemen, there is a lost and found phone here. If it is an iPhone, I will never return to you. This is not iPhone. This is Android phone. So please take back your phone. Okay, it's here on the podium. If it belongs to you, definitely I don't know. I don't know it belongs to whom. There's no picture. I don't know, 3 cameras. Yeah. Is this your spare phone or what? Or maybe you forgot your spare phone. Maybe you have 2 phones. And this is your spare phone. For your second boyfriend or second girlfriend. I don't know. Okay. That was a joke, okay? Right, ladies and gentlemen, jokes apart. Kindly move to your respective rooms. Kindly move to your respective rooms for your plenary session. Meaning to say, some of you will stay here, some of you will go to level 4, atas, upstairs, and some of you will be going to the ground floor. multi-purpose room. So we have 3 rooms. Kita ada 3 bilik. 3 rooms. One is here, one is level 4, one is ground floor. I'm not sure. You have to check your list. If you are not sure, you can ask at the registration counter. Also, ladies and gentlemen, all participants must collect your certificate immediately after your presentation at the registration counter. You understand what I'm saying? Please collect your certificates immediately after your presentation at the registration counter. Auditory. Mr. Afi, can you ask them to turn off the spotlight? Thank you. Of course, the brief one. I don't want the soft copy. I want the hard copy. I should check. She wants the. I don't know which was it. What was it called? Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are sitting in the right room. Yeah, for your presentations. All right. So we have two session chair over here. The first one, we have Dr. Amelia Juliana Abdul Wahab. Dr. Amelia Juliana is an assistant professor at the Department of Political Science and Madani Studies from International Islamic University Malaysia, IIUM Gombak, Malaysia. She holds a PhD in Strategic and International Relations from the National Defence University of Malaysia, completed by earlier qualifications in Public Administration, Corporate Administration and Media and Information Warfare from University Technology Mara, UITM. Ladies and gentlemen, her academic work is further strengthened by active involvement in community engagement activities. She also supervised research at multiple academic levels. Additionally, she's a certified personal trainer for research software Atlas and Mendeley. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Juliana. Next chair session person, we have Dr. Sivasegaran Nadarajan. Dr. Sivasegaran is a dedicated academic specializing in international relations, international political economy, and political science, holding a PhD in international studies from the University of South Australia. His research explores the intersection of Malaysia-China economic relations, trade policy, and reciprocity in global affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Sivasegaran from Lincoln University College. May I call upon the first presenter, Gia Marcelina Putri. The influence of wonderful Bengkulu video content on TikTok on the destination image of Pantai Panjang among local tourists. Please welcome. From the AV room, you are going to play the presentation, right? Yeah, the first presenter. You can open already. Please come.
Good morning, everyone. Today, I would like to present our extension, the influence of wonderful Bengkulu video content on TikTok on destination image of Pantai Panjang among local Bengkulu. Introduction. Social media is important tool for tourism promotion. TikTok is widely used because it provides short, creative, and attractive video. Through video content, tourism can get information and the development profession of destination. Next slide. Our study focus on wonderful Bengkulu TikTok content about Pantai Panjang. The response we are 100 local tourists with 2 variable TikTok video content and destination image. Next, our study defocus TikTok, creative content, destination image, wonderful Bengkulu, and Pantai Panjang. Creatively content can create a positive perception of destination. The next slide. A took wonderful Bengkulu content is widely distributed on TikTok. Is this influence on the image of Pantai Panjang among local tourists was still unclear. Therefore, our study examines this influence. The next slides, our study to determine and analyze the influence of wonderful Bengkulu TikTok content on the destination image of Pantai Panjang. The next slide, our research used the stimulus organism response theory or COR theory. TikTok content is stimulus tourism are the organism and the destination image is the response. The framework explained that TikTok content influence tourism and the shape the destination image to the SCOR process. And the result show a positive and significant influence the statistic in 12.874 the p-value is 0.00 and the r square is 60 there point the present. We consult that wonderful Bengkulu significant influence. It contributes 60 there 0.1% to the destination image. And therefore, TikTok can be an active digital info for tourism promotion. That's all for my presentation. Thank you for attention. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Do you have any questions? No. I'd like to ask you any questions. Doctor, do you have any questions? We can make it kind of semi-formal, all right? Not to be too formal, all right? Because this conference should be learning curve, all right? Don't be scared, right? I think all of you, who of you are nervous here? Please raise your hand, right? I'm too nervous because I'm the organizer, right? So we are nervous on a different way, all right? Okay. So, right. So first and foremost, take a deep breath, right? Okay. Do not worry about getting it right. I'm sorry, getting it wrong either, right? Take this opportunity as a learning curve, right? I'm seeing even my students, right? They're so scared. They've been messaging me all this time, all right? So how do I proceed? How do I do it? All right. So please do not that. Okay. This is just a single step. Okay. You're going to present your, what you call proposal defense, research, a lot of things are there. All right. So take it this as a semi-formal. We are here not to judge you. We are here to help you. All right. Am I clear? Okay. Do you have any questions for the presenter, the first presenter? Dr. Emilia, do you like to give a comment? Yes. Okay.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Siva. Sister Gia, just now, I think you make a good choice of research, right? It's just that maybe you can share whether these content videos, TikToks, right, manage to attract more tourists, or how the content of that TikTok, Wonderful Bengkulu, is it managed to attract the tourists? Boleh tak? Dia berjaya tak apa orang kata menarik pelancong datang ke tempat ya, adakah dia berjaya? Kandungan videonya sukses. berhasil. Berapa ramai yang mengikuti video TikTok ni, Wonderful Bengkulu? Berapa juta? Berapa juta kan? Berapa follower? Ya. Ha. 8,800. Okay, that's good. Okay, so this is one of the way on how you want to promote that tourist spots, right? Okay, that's a good actually initiative, right? Congratulations to you. Okay, thank you, Sister Jia.
Thank you, Dr. Amelia. You guys are so lucky because she's quite an expert. All right. I always seek a assistant as well. All right. So you guys are like, all right. Right. Who's this? Here, nama lain. Nani ya? Oh, you buka ya. All right. Next, we call Miss Intan Pematasari, I think. She's around? No, right? Putri Wulandari, right? Ada juga. All right, so please come. Oh, Putri Wulandari. So you're going to present, all right?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Good morning, masih ya? Okay, sorry. Good morning, respected lecturer, honorable guests, and everyone present. My name is Putri Wulandari. I am from the Asian University of Bengkulu, Indonesia. Today, I'm honored to present my research title. The title is Stunting Reduction Policy, Commitment and Implementation at the Local Level. Case study in Babat Village, Tetap Sub-District, Kaur Regency. The article presented by first one, Intan Permatasari. Second, Miss Eti Lorita. Third, Mr. Bakat Seno. Fourth, Putri Wulandari. And the last, Siti Anifa. Alright, I want to explain my slide. Here, the first slide is introduction. Why is stunting important? Stunting remains a global public health challenge. Current condition, affecting 148 million children under 5. In Indonesia, despite national progress from 21.5% in 2023 to 19.8% 2024. Okay, next please. Scope of study. The study examines the implementation of Presidential Regulation number 72 of 2021 in Babat Village. Research benefit. The study provides recommendation to improve the effectiveness of stunting reduction policy implementation by strengthening cross-sector collaboration, implementer capacity, and community participation. Okay, next please. Literature review. In this study, we use pan-meter and pan-hole policy implementation and relevant to this study. Support the importance of clear standard and target in implementing stunting reduction policy. Strengthen the finding the result are an important factor in successful policy implementation. Support the importance of policy communication and community involvement in accelerating stunting reduction. Okay, next please. Research gaps. Actually, national policy success is not equal to local implementation success. The problem, a decline in prevalence at the national level does not guarantee successful policy implementation at regional and village level. And in Kau Regency, stunting cases are still found in Babat village, even though the top sub-district show a declining case trend. Okay, moving on to research objective. Analyze policy implementations of Perpres 72/2021 at village level. Identify supporting and inhibiting factor. Propose context-based recommendation. So, while national policies are in place, the gap between commitment and implementation at the village level remain underexplored. Using the pan-meter and pan-hour policy implementation model, this research aims to analyze how the national stunting policy is translated into local action and why factor influence its success in Babat village. Okay, next. Theories. The study employs pan-meter and pan-hour policy implementation theory as its grand theory. The theory explains that the success of policy implementation is influenced by six variables, which is policy standard and objectives, result characteristic of implementing organization, inter-organizational communication, the disposition or attitude of implementers, and the social, economy, and political environment. Okay, next. Conceptual framework. In framework, we use pan-meter and pan-hour model. We conducted a qualitative case study in Babat village. Data were collected through interviews with village officials, health workers, and families, as well as focus group discussion. The analysis was guided by the six variable of the pan-meter and pan-hour model. Okay, next. Findings. Policy implementation based on the pan-meter and pan-hour model. First one, policy standard and objective. Okay, next. Okay, second, research. Okay, sorry. Okay, second, research, which is we have strength and constraint. Preliminary conclusion, policy standards are clear, but implementation effectiveness is still affected by limited result. Okay, next. Organization, implementation, and implementer commitment. Third, characteristic of implementing organization. The division of tasks among the community health center, village government, and posyandu is clear. Coordination is carried out regularly. The program runs in an organized manner. Okay, next. 4. Interorganizational communication. Cross-sector coordination runs well. Socialization is conducted through posyandu, counseling, and family assistance. However, some community members still require more intensive education. Okay, next. 5. Disposition implementer commitment. Example, health workers, posyandu cadres, routine monitoring, home visit, education, family assistance. Okay, next. Our finding show two sides. On the supporting side, there is strong political commitment from both regency and village government, and good alignment with the national program. However, we identified three key inhibiting factors. First, limited household economic capacity, restrict access to nutritious food. Second, low nutrition literacy means caregivers do not fully understand stunting prevention. Third, suboptimal child feeding practice persists due to cultural habit and lack of knowledge. The finding confirm that policy implementation cannot rely solely on top-down directives. The pan-meter and pan-hort model is valid in this context, especially the variable of socioeconomic condition and disposition of implementers. For policy to work, it must be adapted to the local economic reality and cultural context of the village. Okay, next. In this trend of stunting cases in Tetap sub-district, in 2024, there are 8 cases. In 2025, there are 6 cases. Okay, next. Conclusion. Supporting factor. Policy standard and objectives are well understood. Cross-sector coordination and communication run effectively. The commitment of health workers, village government, and posyandu cadres is very high. Inhibiting factor. Limited human resource and staff workload. Household economic condition, low nutrition literacy, and community parenting practices. Okay, next. Recommendation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. So, the success of policy implementation is highly dependent on local implementation. We recommend 4 strategies. Strengthening collaboration, empowering family economies, increasing targeted nutritious education, and enhancing active community participation. Okay, sorry. All right, I think that all from us. Thank you so much. Sorry if I have any mistake. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
You can just stay there. You can just stay for a while. All right. We have 2 questions. Doctor, you'd like to ask?
Question.
You mentioned about 4 districts that you focus on. Why is there any particular reason why you choose this 3 district, right? District that you mentioned just now that you focus on. Why you choose this district? Is there any particular reason? Kenapa memilih apa nama 3 daerah tu? Kenapa ada kenapa
untuk presentasi ini?
Ya,
Okay.
untuk research you. Kenapa ada tak sebab kenapa you memilih 3 kawasan ni? Kenapa tak pilih kawasan-kawasan yang lain?
Bahasa Melayu boleh?
Boleh.
Campur-campur dikit nggak boleh?
Boleh.
Oke. Karena 3 desa itu yang sangat apa ya? Paling banyak, lebih tinggi, lebih inilah untuk diteliti gitu. Di Bengkulu itu cuman lebih banyak itu di 3 desa itu yang lebih banyak untuk kami teliti.
Puteri daripada desa tu ke? Atau dari tempat tu?
No, bukan.
Okay. Alright. I think Dr. Siva.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Okay. Just a reminder. Okay. All the presenters will have a maximum of 10 minutes for presentation. All right. So meaning that you need to present within 8 minutes, all right? And 2 minutes we allocate for the question or any feedbacks, all right? Right, is it clear? All right, so basically introduce your topic, introduce your research, right? Why you are doing this research, importantly, all right? The objectives, etc., and your findings, conclusion, and recommendation, right? Okay. Next. All right, next, we'll call the next presenter who's going to speak about the influence of Setpol, PP Hotel and Boarding House rate policy on Bengkulu City government image, all right? So there are many presenters' names here, all right? I would just like to call the presenters to come in. All right, who's presenting this topic, please? Rihatika, all right. Okay, Ms. Rihatika, please carry on.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you, Dr. Amalia, Dr. Sipa, for this opportunity. My name is Lia Hartika. I am from the Communication Science Study Program Universitas Hasan Bengkulu. Today, I am very pleased to present our research. The title, Influence of Satpol PP Hotel and Boarding House Rate Policy on Bengkulu City Government Image. The research discussed the Satpol PP rate policy and how this policy can influence the image of Bengkulu City government. In this presentation, I will briefly explain the background theory, research, method, finding, and conclusion in our study. Please, next. Okay. Introduction. Satpol PP conduct raids in hotel and boarding house. In Bengkulu City, Satpol PP conduct hotel and boarding house raid to maintain order and enforce local regulation. The police created massive response. Some see it as protection social order, while other view it as insult if not carried out criminally. The study examines whether the right police influence the image of Bengkulu City government. Next. Scope of the studies. The studies focus on the Satpol PP right police and government image. The respondents are communication science study at Universitas Hasan Bengkulu. We hope this study can help the government make better policies. Next, please. Literature review. There are two important ideas in these studies. First is public policies. Public policies is an action from the government. Second is government image. Government image means how people see the government. Government action and good communication and create a positive image. Next. Research gaps. Previous studies discuss public policy and communication. but only few studies discuss Satpol PP rates and government image, especially in Bengkulu City. So, these studies tries to fill this gap. Okay, next. Objectives. The studies has two objectives. First, to know people opinions about the Satpol PP rate policies. Second, to know if these policies affect government image. Our main question is, does the policies affect Bengkulu City government image? Okay, next. Theory. We use two theory. The first image theory explain how people see the government. The second is SOR theory. S means stimulus. The stimulus the Satpol PP right policies. O means organism or how people think about the policies. R means response or government image. Next, conceptual framework. Next slide, please. No, conceptual framework. Okay. These studies has two variable. Variable X is the Satpol PP right policies. Variable Y, not variable Y is Bengkulu City government image. We want to know if X affect Y. Okay, next findings. Slide. Next, okay. Now I will explain the results. We use a quantitative method. We had 41 response. We use a questionnaire. The data were analyzed using SMART, PLS4. The path concession is 0.782. The p-value is 0.000. GR square is 71.7%. The result is a significant effect. So, Satpol PP right policies affect government image. Next, conclusion. Okay. In conclusion, the Satpol PP right policies affect Bengkulu City government image. If the policies is done well, the government image can be better. The result is 71.7%. The policies should be professional, human, and transparent. Good communication is also important. Okay. Next. Susah ya. Conclusion. Thank you enough for presentation. I'm ready for question. Thank you.
Does anyone have a question? Sir? No? Right.
Okay, Sister Lia, thank you. It's just that I want to know why the policy rate, right, can actually contribute to the negative image of the local governments.
Negative.
How, why at the, I think that must be your hypothesis, right, at first, thinking that this policy rate might give a negative, sort of like negative impact to the local government. But it turned out when I see your finding, it turned out that it actually give a positive image to the local governments, right? Why is it the reason why negative image, this policy rate can give a negative image to the government?
Negative. Okay.
Rate policy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Speak Melayu. Boleh.
Masih menyatakan yang negatif rate policy itu memberi impak yang sedikit kepada kerajaan.
Pada merazia, oke, bisa Melayu. Jadi di daerah Bengkulu itu ada regulasi ya. Satpol PP itu melakukan razia ke hotel dan tempat-tempat hiburan malam seperti itu. Jadi apa gimana ngomongnya ya? Bentar.
Contoh di Malaysia.
Iya.
Di Malaysia, ini terpakai untuk mereka yang beragama Islam. Contoh, kalau mereka bersekedudukan, kan, tanpa nikah dan ada raid kan dibuat dan mereka boleh ditangkap macam gitu.
Iya.
So adakah sama seperti apa yang Sister Lia buat ni?
Iya.
Sama juga ke?
Jadi di tempat penginapan hotel di razia itu jadi salah satunya untuk itu dokter. Pasangan yang tidak halal ya atau anak yang di bawah umur. Jadi mereka tidak bisa akses masuk ke hotel tanpa adanya ada surat nikah atau KTP identity, yes, status. Jadi setiap awal Ramadan itu biasanya melakukan razia gitu. Jadi setiap hotel melakukan pembersihan gitu. Yes. Semua kalangan. Iya. Karena mayoritas memang di Bengkulu beragama Islam, tapi ada agama lain juga. Tapi namanya regulasi, peraturan berlaku untuk semua orang. Yes. Thank you, Dokter. Thank you your attention.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this. All right, we can start with the next. Okay, for the next conference, all right, its title is The Effect of Clickbait Headline Use on Readers' Trust in Online News, all right? So the presenters, the writers are Dia No Intan, Redo, Fedi Andika Dwi Putra, Rico Afriranda, and Maliana Advani, all right? So I'd like to invite the presenter for this paper. Please come forward.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to convey my thanks to the Mrs. Almira, Dr. Almira, and for everyone. In this title, I get the effect of clickbait headline news, use of readers' trust in online news. Next slide. Next slide. Next. Okay. There's four I will convey in this occasion. First about introduction. There's online news has become a primary source of information because it's fast, accessible, and continuous update. In this intense competition for digital traffic, encourage the media to outlet to use sensational, there's ambiguous and hyperbolic headlines. Although clickbait might increase short-term and entertainment headline content mismatch can destroy readers and weaken media credibility. In university, in this case, university students are highly exposed to online news and are relevant evaluator to headline and quality and trustworthiness. So I the core issue about can attention drive headline attract reader without sacrificing their trust. Next, please. My scope research this in this study, there's a population student our student in a variable. There's about headline use and reader trust in online news, and then stakeholdernya in media, journalists, editors, educator, student, and digital audience. So for with their value about evidence for balancing audience engagement with journalist credibility. Next slide, please. We use literature review. We use Mr. Solihin et al. Kemudian Aden Rahmatika, Mahendra, and Satria. Please, next slide. Research gap in this research, there's about what offers studies and passes describe of clickbait form and headline pattern, but in this case about measures the direct effect of clickbait on reader trust. To comparison across media outlet on journalist practice, focus in Indonesian in student who active digital and news user. Limited integration of validate measurement models, but in this our research is use smart VLS for validity, reliability, and sector most model testing. Next slide, please. In this research object about to analyze the effect of clickbait headline on use on readers' trust in online news. So we have a question about this. How does clickbait headline use affect readers and trust among communication student? Hypothesis, zero hypothesis, we have clickbait headline use has no significant effect or on readers' trust, but in hypothesis 1, clickbait headline news has a significant effect on reader trust. Next slide, please. There's theoretical foundation. We have we use a theory agenda setting, where is media influence, which use audience regards as important tools, selection and emphasis in on online news. The headline is the first framing device that directs attention. Clickbait attracts attention, but exercise is sensational can reduce but perception credibility this news. Media trust, about media trust, this trust reflect perception of credibility, accuracy, relation, and information certification. Repeat headline, content mismatch, correct disappoint, and skepticism. Consistent accurate headline help media build long-term audience loyalty. Next slide, please. Concept frameworks. There's a clickbait headline use sensational words, ambigu, hyperbole, and generation headline content inconsistency. So in hypothesis 1, negative effect, that's reader trust, credibility, accuracy, reliability, information satisfaction. Please next. Metode yang kita gunakan, research method, kita menggunakan desain kuantitatif, explanatory survey. Partisipannya ada 45 orang, communication study students, studies student. Sampling, kita menggunakan sloping formula and systematic random sampling. Instrumen 5-point Likert, menggunakan point Likert skala, kuesioner. Kemudian smart analisisnya kita menggunakan smart MPLS, validity, reliability, kemudian and p-value. Next slide, please. There's key finding. Negative 0.5x 7 registration coefficient di itunya V signification. So mention model meet all validity and reliability criteria is other loadings. In this case, hypothesis 0 that is reject, and hypothesis 1 accept. Next slide, please. In this conclusion, there's clickbait headline use signification and negative effects readers trust, sensational, ambiguous, and headline content. Clickbait may increase short-term traffic, but excessors use damage long-term. Online media sold combine and engine headlines with accurate and responsibility reporting. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sister Dayan
Dia Nur Intan.
Nur Intan. Okay. Berkenaan dengan clickbait for the headline, kan, responden tu lebih minat kepada online news berkenaan dengan politik ke, sukan ke, artis ke, apa yang responden tu selalunya, sebab kalau tengok dari tadi kan, you punya penerangan ada menyatakan bahawa mereka pelajar yang memang apa orang kata mendapat informasi tu daripada news portal. Tapi adakah spesifik berita yang mereka dapat daripada news portal tu kan? Apa sebenarnya yang politik ke apa ke, ada tak?
Lebih ke beberapa pelajar kami itu lebih ke kecewa terhadap misalnya beberapa berita politik sih, karena memang judul atau title yang bombastis, kemudian yang apa namanya hiperbola itu kan menarik perhatian kita untuk membaca suatu berita. Tetapi ketika kita sudah membaca judul dengan isi beritanya itu jauh panggang daripada api, seperti itu. Sehingga kekecewaan-kekecewaan itu juga menjadi apa ya, sebenarnya membuat akurasi dari data atau berita itu sendiri kehilangan maknanya, seperti itu.
Tapi headline, clickbait headline successful in attracting these people.
Sementara.
Tapi
But for long term, that's not.
bila dia baca
Yeah.
dan mereka rasa accuracy tak ada.
Betul.
Tak ada ketepatan dalam fakta berita tersebut.
Betul,
Okay,
dokter.
bagus. Alright.
Baik.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Okay, all right. We'll call the next presenter, right? The title is The Influence of Instagram Digital Promotion on Tourist Visiting Interest in Balunguk Point Tourism Destination, Bengkulu City, right? So the names given is Sofia Agnesta, Melsa Rafda Roshidia, Reki Amadi Apriyadi Dwi Anggraini, and Erman Dwi Kusuma, right? So can I request the presenter to come forward? Sophia, all right, come on in.
Morning, everyone. Hello, my name is Sofia Agnesta and study Communication Science at the University Bengkulu in Indonesia. I will today the influence of Instagram digital promotion on tourist visiting in Belunggu Point tourist destination Bengkulu City. Next, social media has changed the ways tourists search for information and choose destination. Instagram has become an effective tourist promotion platform because of its visual content, interaction, and wide reach. This study focused on the influence of Instagram Belunggu Point Bengkulu on tourist visiting interests. Next. The third point is the scope of the study. The study focused on in digital promotion throughout Instagram Belunggu Point and tourist visiting interest in Belunggu Point, Bengkulu City. This research used accurative approach with 3x response selection throughout total sampling. Next. Literature review. Digital promotion include content quality posting, consistent, engagement, and reach. Instagram is effective for tourist promotion because of its visual strength. Posting insert in influence by destination, attractiveness, information, accessibility, and word of mouth. Next, the five point is the research gap. Social media promotion does not always make user actually visit a destination. Users may only view words, like or share promotional content which actually visiting. 3-4, this research explaining how strongly Instagram promotion influence tourists visiting Insta in Blungguk Point. Next, the research objective QE questions. This study aims to determine and make sure the influence of digital promotion through Instagram on tourists visiting Insta in Blungguk Point tourist and destination Bengkulu City. Next, theory. This study use the as and graphication theory. This theory views audience as activity user cause media to fulfill their specific needs. In this study, Instagram user consume Blungguk Point content to obtain stories, information, travel information, and visual information. Next, conceptual framework. The X point is the conceptual framework. This research Instagram promotion X tourist fishing Insta Y 12. Digital promotion in measure through visual content quality, posting recognition, caption, and hashtag engagement. Listing insert in measure through attention, insert, decide, visiting intention, and recommendation. Next is the findings. The results show that Instagram digital promotion has a positive and significant effect on tourists visiting Insta. The original sample is 0.873. The statistics is 11.126, and the value is 0.00. Furthermore, the square value is 0.803 or x point the perfect. This means that Instagram digital promotion explain 60.3% of stories visiting insert, while the remaining 19.7% influenced by other factors. Next, conclusion. Instagram digital promotion has a positive and significant effect on tourists visiting Blungguk Point. This means that the better and more internship the Instagram promotion, the greater the tourists in visiting the destination. 3-4 Instagram can be an info promotion medium for encouraging tourists visiting Insta through activity content, consistent posting, and audience engagement. This is all for my presentation. Thank you for everyone.
Thank you, Sister Sophia.
Yeah.
Sister Sophia, you mentioned about the consistency of the contents that attract the tourists, right, to visit the destinations, right? How consistent that they did their posting? Is it every hours or every day? And what type of content that they put it in the social media, in their social media?
Speak in Melayu. Boleh cakap? Kenapa saya mengambil menjaga konsisten untuk mempromosikan membuat konten ya. Di mana menurut saya itu untuk kita menjaga konsisten untuk membuat konten itu adalah yang pertama itu kita membuat ide terlebih dahulu, yang dimana jika adanya ide dan kita juga searching terlebih dahulu konten-konten yang sekarang sedang viral itu apa aja. Jadi kita searching terlebih dahulu apapun itu kontennya dan kita rangkum lagi ide-ide tersebut. Kita tambah juga ide-ide dari kita sendiri. Maka dari itu untuk konten hari ini dan today besok-besoknya lagi kita bisa memposting hal tersebut. Itu balik lagi ke ide yang kita punyai, kita samakan dengan hal yang viral sekarang untuk kita konsisten gitu. Tak kebetulan saya pernah ikut duta-dutaan. Ya. Oke, terima kasih.
All right. I would like to call upon our next presenter, right, with the topic of digitalization of Hajj registration services, governance, complexity, accessibility, and public service quality by Avi Lorita, Harrius Eko Saputra, Maria Nigish, Miss Noor Fauzi, Reza Francisco Sembiring, and Ferry Angriawan. All right. So I would like to call the presenter to come forward.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. My name is Arius from University Dasen, Bengkulu, Indonesia. I want to present my article entitled Digitalization of Hajj Registration Service, Governance Complexity, Accessibility, and Public Service Quality. Next slide. Okay. Hajj digitalization is not merely an application, it is public service reform. Hajj registration service involve legal, financial, health, civil identity, international travel, and religious needs. Therefore, digital service must integrate technology, institution, public official, and society's needs. Look, slide. Waiting list. Back. Waiting list approximately 5.4 million people on the national waiting list. And quotas, Hajj quotas, 2021 100 Indonesia 2025 Hajj quotas. Okay, next. Okay, introduction quota and key pressure. This is Hajj quota 2024 to 2025. The total quota decrease mengalami penurunan by 20,000 pilgrims, 8.13% from 2024 to 2025. This decline increases pressure on queue number, accuracy, and departure estimates. Provincial waiting time estimates. The 22 years gap between South Kalimantan 13.8 and North Sulawesi 16. So is the need for a digital system that accurately updates region-based information. Next. This article focuses on three main analytical areas. One, governance complexity. Two, service accessibility. Three, public service quality. Unit of analysis as registration, digitalization as a public administration reform process based on technology and citizen needs. Next. For theoretical framework, explain Hajj registration digitalization, government, digital era governance, electronic EES call, new public service and digital divide, synthesis, the success of digital health service depend on system integration, user experience, quality, and the ability to ensure equitable access. Next. Digitalization creates opportunities yet leaves 5 key gaps: data integration, system capacity, digital literacy, staff capacity, and data security. Key question: how can digitalization be both efficient and inclusive? Next. Research objective. This article analysis of effectiveness of health registration digitalization as a public service. 1. Analyze digital governance. 2. Assess service accessibility. 3. Assess service quality. 4. Formulate recommendation. Next. Conceptual frameworks. That government, accessibility, quality, data integration, and coordination, literacy, region, and older adults, ES call, and data privacy. Service outcome, efficient, transparent, secure, inclusive. Next. Next. Findings. SSAH strengthens data order lines, but requires cross-organizational coordination. Ministry of Religious Affairs, Kementerian Haji, ya, District Ministry Office, BPKH, Banking Prospective Pilgrims, benefit, one national database, orderly queue numbers, faster verification, reduce duplicate data risk, and more open queue information. Next. Research finding 2, digital integration does not automatically eliminate bureaucratic problems. Data standardization, real-time synchronization, disruption handling, division of authority. Implication, technology must be supported by SOPs, data management, and institutional coordination. Next. Internet access is increasing, but access to digital service is not yet fully inclusive. In 2024, 27.22% of the population had not accessed the internet. In health service, older adults and users with low digital literacy still need assistance. Digital apps, in-person office, hybrid service model is an inclusion strategy, not a retreat from digitalization. Next. Digital health service quality is determined by 4 ES dimensions: efficiency, system ability, service fulfillment, privacy. Key finding: available technology is not enough. Quality comes from combining stable system, responsive staff, clear procedures, and data security. Next. Digitalization is advanced administratively, but still needs inclusive strengthening. Governance, accessibility, quality, security. The success of digital service must be measured by ease, stability, security, responsiveness, and access equity, not merely application availability. Next. Conclusion. 1. Efficiency has increased. 2. Governance is not yet fully stable. 3. Access is not yet inclusive. 4. Quality depends on people system. Next. Recommendation. 1. Strengthen digital system and governance. 2. Strengthen inclusive service and staff capacity. Final goal: stable, secure, transparent, responsive, and equitable digital health service for all prospective pilgrims. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Bapak Haris Iko Saputra.
Yeah.
Digitalizations of Hajj, which is I think is a good topic of research, right? Bapak ada mention 200 kota, 200
Yang tersedia.
Tersedia pada tahun 2025.
2025.
Apa yang menjadi masalah utama sekiranya digitalization ni digunakan sepenuhnya kepada bakal-bakal haji di Indonesia, Cisco Hut ni?
Ya.
Adakah faktor umur menjadikan masalah utama? Selalunya mereka yang dah berusia kan yang akan mendapat kuota terlebih dahulu, sama seperti di Malaysia, sebab nak menunggu sampai ke giliran tu ambil masa yang lama. So bagaimana masalah utama sekiranya Cisco Hut ni, apps yang digunakan ni dibuat secara 100% kan? Tadi Bapak ada cakap sebagusnya mesti hybrid.
Hybrid ya.
Hybrid kan? Apa pendapat Bapak?
Ya, sama permasalahan sama kayak Malaysia gitu. Karena pertama usia, age, dan juga pemahaman terhadap hard information itu yang diterima oleh masyarakat itu sedikit. Jadi penyampaian informasi kepada masyarakat itu masih no transparan, belum transparan. Jadi karena selama ini masih manual dalam proses penerimaan haji, kuota haji. Maka kemudian memang diperlukan sebuah sistem yang accountable dalam penerimaan haji. Sehingga saya nggak tahu di Malaysia, cuman di Indonesia banyak terdapat manipulasi dalam proses pelaksanaan tersebut. Begitu.
Manipulasi.
Ya, manipulasi.
Okay. Saya rasa Dr. Siva, do you have anything that you want to ask? Okay, terima kasih Bapak Haris Eko Saputra.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
You're right. The next topic will be building digital community resilience to disinformation through digital literacy and participatory culture and Indonesian perspective by Chuinin, right? So please, we invite you to the stage.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like a presentation about my article about building digital community resilience to disinformation through digital literacy and participatory culture in Indonesian perspective. Next. Okay. Introduction. Digital space have become an important structure for education, the economy, governance, politics, and social relationship. This information not only cause misunderstanding but also reduce trust, increasing polarization, and disrupt collective decision-making. Information resilience is understood as the ability of communities to deal with information disruption, evaluate claims rationally, correct mistakes, and maintain public dialogue. Digital literacy is important but is not enough if the responsibility is placed only on individuals. Participatory culture creates opportunity for citizens to become information produce, verifiers, and connector. Next. Scope of the study focused on the relationship between digital literacy, participatory culture, disinformation, information resilience within the context of Indonesian digital society. Main focus the relationship between digital literacy, participatory culture, and community resilience to disinformation. Publication period around 2019 until 2026, and then context Indonesian digital society supported by relevant international evidence, methodological scope, and integrative literature review. Next. As we can see on the table, we choose 12 literature that's qualified with the research focus, such as multidisciplinary strategy for addressing disinformation by Colt Silva, and then psychological factor influencing misinformation belief and resistance correction by Erker et al., digital media literacy intervention in the United States and India by Guest et al., meta-analysis of media literacy intervention for information by Huang et al., and then the role of the literacy in identifying fake news by Jonas Cheng, cognitive tools for addressing digital challenge by Kozir Reva, psychological inclusion, again misinformation by Rosenbeck, online media literacy program in Indonesian by Thomas, misinformation suspectability spread and intervention by Van der Linden, news literacy and social media behavior by Varga Tolli, information integrity and public policy by OECD, and the last digital platform governance by UNESCO. Next. The research gap, previous studies tend to focus on individual digital literacy. However, individual skill alone are unfiction because people information behavior is also shaped by communities, local trust network, and digital platform structure. Beyond individual competence, information resilience is also shaped by participatory communities, local trust network, and digital platform structure. Individual focus approach, previous studies mainly focus on digital literacy as an individual capacity to identify, evaluate, and resist misinformation. The challenges of participatory culture, collective participation can support information verification and correction, but may also reinforce group bias, echo chambers, and unverified information. Conceptual gap, few studies integrate individual digital literacy, collective participation, local trust, platform governance within one framework, particularly in the Indonesian context. Next. This study aims to identify the key components to information resilience, and then examine how digital literacy and participatory culture support resiliences, to understand how citizens can create, check, correct, and share information responsible, identify the roles of local trust network and platform governance, develop practical and sustainable strategies for the Indonesian digital context. Next. Okay, we're using two theory. The first theory is main theory, inoculation theory by William G. McGuire, explain that community resilience against disinformation can be strengthened through early warning, knowledge of manipulation technique, and practice in identifying the debunking misleading information. And then the second theory, supporting framework using UNESCO media and information literacy, MIL, Participatory Culture by Henry Jenskin, position citizen not only information consumers but also as producers, verifier, and active participants in correcting information. Next. Okay. We have two foundation of the information resilience, one digital literacy and participatory culture to make information inoculation mechanism, early warning about disinformation, recognition of manipulating technique, exposure to examples of misleading claims, verification and rebuttal practice, and cognitive awareness. And then individual community capacity, and then main outcome community resilient to disinformation to make contextual factors and risk pathway. Next, the finding: information resilience is strong when the individual digital competence is combined with the collective participant, local trust, and responsible platform governance. Main finding: the digital literacy strengthens individual information resilience, reflection behavior reduce information sharing, participatory culture enables collective information correction, local trust network facilitate information acceptance, participatory culture has both benefit and risk, platform governance shape information resilience. Information resilience requires an ecosystem approach. Next, conclusion: digital literacy and participatory culture can strengthen community resilience against disinformation. Digital literacy develop individual verification and critical evaluation skill. Participatory culture enable collective correction, knowledge sharing, and community engagement. Local trust network make reliable information more relevant and acceptable. Platform governance is necessary to address structural factors that influence information circulation. Sustainable information resilience require continuous contextual practice, inclusive and collaborative intervention. Next. Okay, thank you for the. Okay, thank you everyone. Maybe any question?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, okay,
Bagus, bagus.
okay. Yeah. Uh, you go first, okay?
Why collective participation have impact for information resilience?
Okay. Actually, collective participants make information resilient stronger because the informer can be verify, can be produce the information, and then can make correct the errors of disinformation like that. Okay. Maybe any question?
Okay, next question.
Okay.
To us.
Okay, why did you choose that 12 literature? Thank you.
Okay. Okay, because this research is about is a literature research, so we choose the 12 literature because wait. Okay. Because I think that 12 literature is qualified with the research focus, and then the publication is around 2019 until 2026, and then it's relate about the digital literacy, media and information literacy, misinformation, disinformation, participatory culture, and then fact checking and resilience in Indonesia, like that. Yeah. That's enough. Yeah. Okay.
I think I will give you the last questions, right?
Okay.
Is there any example of digital literacy that perhaps Indonesia had did it a successful story of that to combat the disinformation? This is quite an interesting topic. Sangat menarik. Ada tak contoh-contoh program yang berjaya yang telah dibuat untuk memberi kesedaran digital kepada apa nama rakyat?
In Indonesia, right?
Betul.
Okay. Okay, maybe like digital literacy in the bank. The bank I ever seen the bank make like content about how to make the account more safety, and then like don't share any like private number to another people like that. Yeah.
Lebih kepada apa nama private sectors, right?
Yeah, yeah.
How about the government's one?
Or the governments.
Tu rakyat tu, saya guna perkataan rakyat.
Okay.
Ada tak inisiatif yang telah
For
dibuat kan?
government, yeah.
Untuk ni satu apa nama isu yang besar kan sekarang. It can create the good and the bad perceptions on a certain things, especially for the state kan? Betul tak?
Wait.
Mungkin sister punya, maybe you are focusing on the private banking sector only at this research.
Yeah, maybe we just know about like e-government. Sorry, can I answer it Indonesia, right?
Boleh.
Okay. Okay, maybe like in the case of the immigration have a like bad branding, right? It's not like tidak ramah, and then it's so the service is not good like that, and the governments try to rebranding the imigrasi. Dia menggunakan konten-konten yang lucu, konten-konten yang mungkin pro dengan rakyat like that. Yeah.
Apa yang orang luar, what is actually apa konten yang memberi maklumat yang salah mengenai immigration?
Yeah. Maybe like sekarang kan zamannya sekarang sudah mulai mudah untuk viral, ya kan? Dikit-dikit viral gitu. Jadi untuk merusak brand suatu lembaga itu tuh sangat mudah gitu. Suatu ketika mungkin di Indonesia pernah ada kejadian ada orang yang mengkritik imigrasi karena sorry to say it's like the service is so bad, and orangnya tuh kayak kurang ramah gitu. Jadi mereka itu memberikan, tapi kan tidak semua, mungkin hanya di beberapa tempat saja seperti itu. Jadi mereka nge-rebranding, oh tidak, sebenarnya berita ini tuh tidak seperti itu. Mungkin itu terjadi hanya di daerah situ saja gitu. Nggak semuanya ternyata imigrasi seperti itu gitu. Jadi mereka mencoba untuk nge-rebranding dengan video-video yang kalau misalnya kita tidak ramah boleh diviralkan, itu seperti itu, ya.
Bagus sister, thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your presentation. The time now is 1:08. We are going for our lunch break. The lunch will be served in the restaurant. You have to get down, cross the road, and go across there, Klana Mall. You can see chairs and tables, so you can go there and sit there and have your break. lunch, and please come back after 1 hour, meaning to say by 2 o'clock you have to be here already. Lunch bukan di Paradigm. Itu dinner di Paradigm. Lunch di sini is provided for all of you, so have a great lunch later, yeah, ladies and gentlemen. So presenter nombor 8, please come back. 8 sehingga 14 sehingga 24. You have to come back here, yeah? After 2.
Because the group, we are a group, right? And we have another schedule to do after this.
We have to follow our schedule also. We have to go to the restaurant. Suppose our lunch is at 1 o'clock. Now it's 1:10 already. Yeah. Okay.
Sih kerja apa? Nak mati Ah, masih dari situ. Oh, pakai HP siapa? Lia. Ayo dari situ, dari bawah ke. Ah. Ah, 0,5. Oke, anak-anak. Udah. Ayo. 0,5, Mak. Iyo. Ya, Mak belum. Kok kami tadi tidak pakai mic. Dan di sini dek presentasi. Ngadap mana? Sana. Oke.
Pegang mic.
Iya.
Ya, sebuah lagi, sebuah lagi. Sebuah ada. Satu ikut. Fisiko tadi kan di Siko. Oh, di Siko sudah.
Tadi kan presentasi di
Oh,
Siko.
oh iya, ya Allah, iya. Pergi.
Di Siko belum. Apa di atas ini podiumnya?
Di sini. Oh, lagi mau ke satu.
Pegang satu.
Bayang. Bayang. Ah, oke.
Dan sini ada ini. Banyak.
Satu, dua, tiga. Oh, gitu. Satu, dua, tiga. Ayo. Ya. Mak, ini jawabannya waktu ya, Mak? Kami opsional. Gitu ya, mudah kusir. Oh iya, betul. Bisa cepat. Pak, ulang lagi ya? Oh, itu pena. Iya, nak 1,5. Mana ya? Coba lagi ya, sebuah lagi.
Yang harus dia yang motoin.
Ada merek nih, ya, Teh.
Ah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to convey my thanks. Ceremony has given me an opportunity to deliver speech before you. Okay, dah.
Ini bagus loh penanya. Iya, iya. Udah, Dek. Udah? With the
Right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How was your lunch just now? We hope you like it. Okay, so we are waiting for our session chairperson. They'll be here in 5 more minutes. So, presenter number 8. Do I have here presenter number 8? Rio de Janeiro? Ada? Rio de Janeiro? Or you have to wait number 13, 14. Rio de Janeiro? Tolong call. Solat. Hmm. Okay. Can we have Adelara ada? Okay. From the AV room, can you switch to presenter number 9? Yeah, Adelara. Okay, may I invite Adelara Dwi Putri for Dynamics of marriage age limit policy implementation between regulation and social reality. So please welcome. Boleh turun macam ni je. Yeah.
Hello, good afternoon, good respected professor, lecturer, and fellow participants. My name is Adwari Putri from the Public Administration Study Program, the Hasan University of Bengkulu, Indonesia. Before I begin, I apologize as this is my first presentation and I'm not very full in English. I hope you understand. Okay, Today, I will present our research entitled Dynamics of Marriage Age Limit Policy Implementation Between Regulation and Social Reality. Next slide. Okay, first the introduction. Indonesia has implemented law number 16 of 2019 set the minimum marriage age for both men and women at 19 years old. The national child marriage rate was 5.9% in 2024. In South Sumatra, the rate was 8.45%. However, early marriage still haven't. Therefore, we conducted this research. Next slide. Let's look at the Next, let's look at the scope of the study. This research location Tanggarasa Village, Sikap dalam Subdistrict 4 Lawan Regency. Subject, village government, KUA, and subdistrict and community members. Analytical focus, communication, researchers, disposition, and bureaucratic structure. This study focus on early marriage in Tanggarasa Village. Next. Okay, now let's look at the literature review. This study uses George Edward III theory. There are 4 indicators. Number 1, communication. Number 2, researchers. Number 3, disposition. Number 4, bureaucratic structure. These 4 indicators are used to analyze policy implementation. Next slide. Okay, let's look at the conceptual framework. This framework shows the relationship between regulation, implementation, social reality. The regulation is law number 16 of 2019. The implementation is analysis using Edward III theory. Social reality include economic condition, law education, risky relationship, and premarital pregnancy. Next slide. I will explain the research object. The main objective analyzes the implementation of marriage age limit policy at the local level. Number 1, communication. Number 2, research and coordination. Number 3, implementer commitment and bureaucratic structure. Number 4, social factor. The main objective is to analyze the implementation of the marriage age limit policy in Tanggarasa village. Next. Okay, now let's look at the theory used in this research. Edward III policy implementation theory, communication, research, disposition, bureaucratic structure. These 4 indicators help us analyze the implementation of the policy. Next. Okay, let's look at the research problem. The policy exists, but early marriage continues to occur. Household economy. Economic problem must encourage families to marry early. Low education. Knowledge about the risk of early marriage remains uneven. Risky relationship can encourage earlier marriage decision. Premarital pregnancy can create social pressure for marriage. Tanggarasa village had the highest number of cases with 7 cases in 2024. Next. At our findings, communication was relatively effective. However, public education still needs improvement. Resources were fairly adequate, but some assistance is still limited. Next. Okay, let's look at the findings. The implementers are committed to enforcing the policy. However, social challenge still exists. The bureaucratic structure is clear, but the dispensation mechanism remains a challenge. Okay, finally, let's look at the conclusion. The policy has been implemented, however, social factors remain the main challenge. Number one, regulation understood. Number two, orderly administration. Number three, education remain insufficient. Number four, social factors dominate. Now let's look at the recommendation. First, strengthen public education and prevention. Second, strengthen cooperation among institutions. Okay, closing that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for attention.
Okay, is there any question I'd like to ask? No, no, right. Then I'll ask all of you later. No, it's okay.
Mr. Adilara
Yes.
Dwi Putri.
Mm-mm.
The age limit is 19.
Yes.
But currently, there are many child marriage, is it in Indonesia? I mean, do you have maybe come across the number?
Sorry, Mister, I don't speak English in Melayu.
Okay, apa nama umur untuk pernikahan adalah 19 tahun, dinaikkan ke 19 tahun. Maksudnya sekarang ni dari pembacaan Sister Adilara, ramai ke yang kanak-kanak yang bernikah sebelum berusia 19 tahun? Ada tak dapat angka tu dalam pembacaan?
Izin, Mister. Tentu itu karena ada penelitian kami itu tentang pernikahan dini. Tentunya sangat banyak sekali itu pernikahan dini itu yang di bawah 19 tahun. Seharusnya itu usia umumnya untuk pernikahan itu untuk wanita itu 19 tahun, tetapi di khususnya di desa Empat Lawang itu banyak sekali umur yang masih di bawah umur itu banyak sekali orang-orang yang sudah menikah. Jadi makanya kami melakukan penelitian itu.
Maksudnya mereka yang bernikah awal, adakah dari penyelidikan Sister Adilara, adakah dia memberi impak yang baik ataupun impak yang kurang baik? Kalau tengok sekarang ni, bila dia dah meningkat usia kan, dia dah menikah masa usia muda, mungkin 15 tahun. Lepas tu hari ni, dia mungkin dah ada anak kan, dah ada keluarga yang besar. Adakah perkahwinan umur 15 tahun tu mendatangkan kemudaratan kepada masyarakat ataupun kepada mereka ni lah, mereka dan keluarga mereka ni?
Tentunya kalau untuk pernikahan dini ini banyak sekali impact negatifnya. Nah, karena orang-orang yang pernikahan dini itu sangat tidak membawakan hal positif. Jadi begitu, Mister. Mungkin dari 100% masyarakat di desa itu 80%-nya itu membawa dampak negatif. Karena yang pertama ada ekonomi, terus itu pendidikannya juga.
Okay. Alright, saya rasa ni satu kajian yang bagus. Okay, Sister Adilara, terima kasih.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. We have next, the topic is a comparative literature review, consumer purchase intention towards halal cosmetics, evidence from Malaysia and Pakistan. And the presenter is Harwat Zara Hashmi, all right? So I would like to welcome, oh, you are there. Thank you. Zara, that's your full name, nice.
Yes, Zara Hashmi. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sarva Zara Hashmi. I'm from Business School, Lincoln University and College. And today I'm here to present my presentation related to the conference. And my topic is consumer purchase intention toward halal cosmetics, which is actually based on the personal intention that why woman wants to use the particular brand or particular cosmetics if it is halal. And by the halal, I means that it is not related to any such substance which is not in Islam or against the Islamic laws. Can we move forward, please? Okay, here I really want to explain my title first. The comparative review, it is a synthesis review I have done between the two countries. And we are going to discuss the primary data collection because I have taken the data from the previous studies from the literature review. So the next one is purchase intention. Purchase intention actually is here from the psychological aspect that why any person, any female wants to purchase, what's her intention towards purchase that particular product. Now, the halal cosmetics, as earlier I have explained, it is related to the material used in the products that is halal and not against the Islamic laws, or used any animal material to damage the skin or the product or whatever the variety it is. So why Malaysia and Pakistan? Because this is the gap in my study that none of the study has been done before between Malaysia and Pakistan. We know that Malaysia is a very vast country having very stable economy and everything. But in Pakistan, if we see, there are so many clashes and fragmented approach towards the cosmetics and everything. So over here, we will discuss what are the gaps and what are the differences, convergent and divergent study we will go through. Can you move forward, please? So, why halal cosmetics and why now? So, as we know, cosmetics has become a very, very big business internationally. So every country and every, you can say international market on every new brand now, you can easily have access to every new product. So the according to the market value, according to the Fortune Business Insights, currently the new business they are getting the revenue from cosmetic business is $53 to 59 from 2025 to 2026, but assumes to be in the coming years, like 2023, it will exceed to $90 to 160 billion, which is a big, big, big amount. So according to Asia Pacific dominant global revenue, the compound annual growth currently is 10 to 16%. They are getting the revenue, but it is also said it will exceed to 62 to 64% in the coming years, which is a very, very big revenue one can generate or any country can generate through cosmetics market. So, but one thing I want to clear over here, we say that, okay, fine, we are taking halal cosmetics, both countries are Muslim countries, but the thing is that it's not only the religiosity aspect. There are so many aspects we have to look forward. For example, cultural values, okay, the environment they are working in, the economic issue of both countries. Same case, Pakistan is under developing country and Malaysia is a developed country. So they have vast access to have more halal cosmetics in their market and a very good revenue. Can we move forward, please? Okay, one faith, two very different countries. In this comparison between Malaysia and Pakistan, one thing is very common that over here, the institute JAKIM, JAKIM, is a state-run verified certification institute that is actually run by the very wealthy people, or I must say the institute or other agencies that are running this institute for the verified or certified halal cosmetics in Malaysia. And it is from the very long term. So comparability is like that they are wealthy, mature, know how to handle the situation along the Malaysian market. And also in comparison this to Pakistan, we have institute. It is not like that we don't have certified institutes, but they are fragmented. They are not working as they should be. Also, we lack in economic zone. We are not investing in our institutes as that much as Malaysia is doing that. So apart from that, you if you have ever gone to the market, you will see their products. It is written halal over there. So that also a very trustworthy thing that you can get the product. But in Pakistan, we have international brands, but the thing is that are they halal or not? Because there is no logo of halal. Okay, so it really put us very on a very different scale, that Malaysia is far murder and so far further than us and more successful in this domain. Okay, one more thing in my this paper is that compared between two countries, there is a gap that in policymakers are doing their work, but what about the implementation? If implementation is not applying in Pakistan, that you cannot not say that whatever you're purchasing from the market is halal or haram, or you can say cannot be used. Can we move forward, please? Okay, these are my research objectives and questions. First thing first, I have to evaluate, analyze the empirical literature review or studies on the halal cosmetics in Malaysia and Pakistan and try to put it in one theoretical frame. For that, I have used theory of planning behavior, which actually shows what are the intentions, what is that urge in a woman or any person who wants to buy cosmetics and why. Why halal? Okay, compared to the significance and direction of antecedent certification and attitudes, awareness, religiosity, price sensitivity, and subjective norms. Now, see, it's not only about the religion, it's also about the price. Here, even the uh, good brand cosmetics one can easily avail because the economy level is very good. In Pakistan, we have imbalanced economy, so the prices of the products are very high, not everyone can avail it. Now this is not only about the religiosity, it's also about the awareness. How much knowledge do you have related to the halal products or the non halal products? So this is one of my objective. Lastly, I really want to go for the to identify the theories that have been used or stated by the scholars in the previous studies, methodologically empirical gap or restricted cross national comparison if have done. One of the main thing, I have taken the data from 2015 to 2026. Before that, the halal or non-halal concept in the previous studies was related to food. So these are the very recent studies where I can see that if any country is using the halal cosmetic, then what are the differences, what is the purpose, and things like that. So this is the very narrow area, but on the other side, this study between Malaysia and Pakistan have not been done by anyone so far. Yes, there is a study related to Malaysia and Indonesia on the halal cosmetics, but this is one of the gap I really wanted to see. So the questions that arise from this study is the factors similarity and dissimilarity between the two countries related to halal cosmetics. Now that came under religiosity, awareness about the product, how much knowledge do you have about the product, and through the contextual differences, I want you to see the economic factor certification system, that what is the certification, how they are carrying it, how the systems are working in both countries. The last one is theoretical methodological gap make direct countries comparison difficult, that what are the theoretical, what theories or what methods have been used to identify the differences between the two countries. Can we move forward, please? Can we move forward, please? Okay, this is the theory. TPB deals with the study review related to the framework I have used. Okay, now here I really want to explain it. Attitude here shows your behavior. Now, behavior comes that we actually move in the society. We use that women use different products or someone recommend, peer pressure is there, family pressure is there. So do really wanted to buy that product. This shows your behavior, your intention towards the product. Second is subjective norms. Again, the social pressure is there that you want to use the best. It matters, it suits your skin or not, that is a second chapter. But everyone wants to go for the international brand, but nobody knows that you know that it's a halal product or non-halal product. So third one is perceived behavior control. Okay, now it is like the economic zone we want to discuss here, because in Malaysia it is easy to buy the product, but in Pakistan things are expensive. Not every individual and or every class can avail that product. Now all these three factors move towards a behavioral intention. It shows the intention of the person, that why they want to get that particular product. Same case moving forward, purchase behavior, and this shows moving forward to the halal cosmetic behavior, that why they want to purchase halal cosmetic, why not any other product if available in the market. Given to the this theory, move forward to the extension used in the literature, that religion, are they following their religion strictly, that they are not allowed to use non-halal products, or is there any awareness related to that product, or whatever it is, halal or non-halal? Then what about the certification knowledge? What things, or what are the policies they are following to recommend the halal product? Okay, and then added to the TBP, contrast alone don't capture faith-based, rather ethical purchasing. We must know you have to, and one more thing, even Muslims are following the halal cosmetics. It also gives confidence and surety to the non-Muslims as well. So they can purchase it as well, because they somehow in their mind think that it is the authentic product. Okay. So next, can we move forward, please? Okay, certification, religiosity, convergence and divergence. Convergence here means the similarity, and divergence here means dissimilarities between the two countries. I'd like to just concise it. Same case. Jakim is based in Malaysia, who's taking care of the halal products in Malaysia. But in Pakistan, we have institute, but they are fragmented and not doing their work properly. That's why people are confused and get whatever they want. So religiosity, if somebody claimed that religiosity is the haram or halal concept, the thing is that it's not the religiosity. You must have the awareness of the product you are using, or the market level you have to search out. Can we move forward, please? Okay, now that's my methodology. As I have mentioned earlier, that my study synthesizes and not a meta-analysis. Secondly, I have collected the data from 2025 to 2026 to the peer review. Also, the main terms or the keywords I have used, that halal cosmetic, purchase intention, Pakistan, Malaysia, theory of planned behavior, halal certification, are the main code that I wanted to study in my study. And then empirical, studio, consumer purchase intention, attitude, these all factors also give me the idea that to testify attitude of the purchaser, consumer, they are using their awareness related to halal products, or certification that is valid in both countries. Lastly, I have conceptual papers. I have seen the thesis from Google Scholar, Scopus, and Web of Sciences to get my study done. Can we move forward, please? Okay, this one I want to make a story, like to explain it. Simple case, halal certification in Malaysia, it is strong. In Pakistan, it is fragmented. Religiosity, in Malaysia, it is direct. People know that the thing that it is mentioned with the logo, but in Pakistan, it is direct, no logo mention, no certificate. If asked, then there are other issues. Price sensitivity means in Malaysia, you can afford the high brands easily. In Pakistan, you must have a good income to purchase that product. Same case, social influence is there. No, in Malaysia, we have not that much peer pressure. You can access any product you want, but in Pakistan, we have peer pressure to, buy more expensive products or things like that, but nobody knows if they are halal or non-halal. Then digital and social media, we have seen in Malaysia, it is very balanced. We have so many ads and so many products and but in Pakistan, social media is not that active because then there are so many other issues, there are so many other policies they have to follow. And then theoretical anchor, TPB, I have used to test both, Malaysia and Pakistan behavior, attitudes, or knowledge towards the halal cosmetics consumption among individuals. Can we move forward, please? Can we move forward, please? I have done that. Can we move forward, please? Okay, here is the theoretical implications and central argument shared Islamic faith does not, same case I have already mentioned, is not about only the Islamic laws or Islamic values like that. It is also the awareness, the knowledge, the perspective you have, the intention you have to purchase particular product. So no one can say that it is only based on the religion. No, you must know what you are getting from the market and what are the consequences and why do you have that intention to purchase that particular product. Okay, and then one thing more, in Malaysia it is implementation. They implement their laws, their certification system and everything. In Pakistan we have institute but the things are not implemented, so people are not aware about the halal or non-halal products in the or cosmetics in the market. So the next, can you move forward please? Okay, geographically, I would this includes limitation and future research. Geographically, there is a limitation. Then in Pakistan, they have 2 or 3 cities. They have done the sampling, but for the further studies, we can take more or more cities or in a capital they can do. Same case Malaysia, they have just select several particular areas, but not the at the large scale. The study has been done. And from the theoretical perspective, behavioral reasoning and TPB has been done, but there are many other theories that can be included to study, to elaborate the study more. And one more thing, no comparison between Pakistan and Malaysia has been done, but there are so many aspects that can be done on the language, on the attitudes, on particular psychological behaviors for the future studies. Thank you so much. Any questions? Thank you.
Okay, first of all, thank you
Welcome.
for your presentation. I have just maybe like a controversial point
Yeah.
that I want to rouse about the idea that I've been raised in a Muslim country too, in the
Mhm.
Middle East, and I've never seen the halal logo at all
Oh.
in the cosmetic products I'm talking.
Ah.
So I think that because there is nothing in our religion says that you can't use some cosmetic products in your skin if it has like some non-halal ingredients or something.
Mhm.
So this is the first point. And the second point, I think that maybe this something is only here in Malaysia because they try to increase the purchases maybe or the consumption regarding some specific products
Mhm.
because they think that this is something that can attract
consumer.
yes, the clients, for example, here in Malaysia,
Mhm.
unlike other countries, that they cannot be easily deceived by halal cosmetics.
Okay. You want me to answer that?
Yeah, just the third point.
Okay.
What I'm saying that exactly like the idea that the wave of the vegan products that is
Mhm.
started in Europe, now same products can be labeled as vegan and in other countries not. Well, it's the same product, but like the packaging is different.
Okay. Thank you so much. First thing first, we have to go through the previous literature view related to an other aspect, okay? Because your question carry 2, 3 ideas, not one. Related to the, you're saying you have been raised in a Muslim country, but like I don't know where, but in Muslim countries, even in Pakistan, we have international products more. Okay, Mac is there, any other like many other products that are international. So actually, they don't label their products halal. Now, why? Second question is that we don't know about the ingredients. That is true. But in Pakistan, there is a beautician, Farhat is her name. She is in this business, beautician business. She launched her own brand and she actually showed, I don't know if you search on the YouTube as well. She has many interviews. So she also mentioned that in America, or I must say Europe side or the America side, they use some ingredients or even the non-halal animals, like I don't want to say a pig or something, which are prohibited in Islam. They use their fat in their makeup or ingredients. Even in India, I'm so sorry, people are sitting here from India. They actually use the urine cow in their products. One of the product, actually, I also know that Fair and Lovely. It's a very famous product in India. They use the urine cow because they believe that the skin get really fresh and nice if they have that thing in their makeup or whatever the product is. So yes, that is an other concept. I do agree with you. It's like an other study because then you have to go deep into the studies to read out about the ingredients or whatever the brand is. And if that's so, any Muslim can stand up and sue the company because we don't use that. But the second one is why Malaysia. Malaysian mostly have their own brands. I do agree. There are so many international brands, but particularly if I check the tag halal on Malaysians, their own products, their personal products. Yes, there is a halal products. I also purchase them. But if we see international products over here as well, no, there is no halal tag. So that is the difference. So yes, thank you.
Um, okay, Sister Sarwat Zahra Hashmi. It's an interesting research, right? You mentioned about you want to compare Malaysia and also Pakistan. And I think you mentioned about Jakim. Jakim is one of the department under the governments.
Yeah, under government.
Yeah. All right. And then since you are doing on what we call it reviewing the literatures, right? Did you come across the literatures that mention or study that focus on the levels of concern among the what we call it among the um, Muslim community, right? On consuming the halal cosmetics, either in Pakistan or in Malaysia, the levels of
Consent
consent.
that they want to use it or not.
Yes.
That's actually that depends on the particular age group. Like I have done this one on Gen Z. But the gap is that nobody has done on the millennials. So this is one of my topic.
You are millennial.
I'm a millennial.
Okay.
Okay, so my on dissertation for the PhD will be on millennials.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, I'm a millennial. So Gen Z, yes, I cannot comment that, oh, Gen Zs are like they want to go in the future, they don't have any concept. No, they have their own consents. Some people like to have halal cosmetics, some don't, because it depends on the religiosity, then the awareness of the product again. But we cannot actually comment on the age group that they want to use it or don't want to use it. Yes, but the gap is there if you want to go for the Gen Zs, because alpha are also growing up very fastly. So among the generations, millennials is there, Gen Zs is there, now the alphas they are, but I don't know if they're aware of the concept of the halal products or non-halal products. So that also create a very huge gap. Then of course there come the consent that they want to use it or don't want to use it. Yes, that's a very wise question.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so
Sister
much.
Sarwat.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, next we have recess as a public discourse, analysis of local media construction on the accountability of Bengkulu City DPRD members, right? Via Dinero, sorry. Dinero, right? Thank you so much.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. My name is Rio Dinero. I'm from Universitas Di Hasan Bengkulu, Indonesia. I want to present my presentation is research as public discourse, analysis of local media construction on the accountability of Bengkulu City DPRD member. Okay, next. Introduction. DPRD research is an important mechanism for political representation and public aspiration absorption. However, research activities are also constructed through local media coverage, which can influence how citizens understand political accountability. Therefore, this study examines how local media in Bengkulu represent DPRD researches and how this representation shape the meaning of political accountability in the public sphere. Next, scope of the study. This study focused on the representation of DPRD research activities in local media in Bengkulu Province during 2025, covering the Bengkulu City DPRD and Bengkulu Provincial DPRD. The study examined issue selection, actor prominence, follow-up, references, form of accountability, news tone, and media framing. The point is object, unit of analysis, UC focus, framing focus. Next, literature review. Three perspectives are used to examine our relationship between media and political accountability. Public sphere, Jurgen Habermas, DPRD, aspiration, media, public discourse. Media framing, Robert M. Inman, how media select and emphasize certain aspect of reality. Political accountability, Mark Bovens, the relationship between an actor and a forum in which the actor is required to explain and justify action. Procedural, performative, substantive accountability. Next. Research gap. Previous studies have mainly examined research, implementation, aspiration, absorption, and legislative perform. However, limited attention has been given to how local media construct DPRD research as public discourse and shape the meaning of political accountability, particularly regarding follow-up mechanism, policy, transparency, oversight, and policy outcome. Limited study explains how local media frame DPRD research as public discourse on political accountability. This study fills the gap by examining media representation and the construction of political accountability in public sphere. Next, research objective. The research is aimed at understanding how the media constructs the meaning of accountability
in DPRD public hearing. Number 1, examining representation. Number 2, analyzing framing. Number 3, assessing accountability. Next, have a theories. Jargons habermas. Local media have opened up a public space, but is not yet fully deliberative because policy follow-up is rarely debate. Robert M. Nunn, issue selection and the prominence given to certain actor cause research to be portrayed as a positive and routine activity rather than as a forum for policy evolution. Mark Bovan, accountability require explanation and justification of action news report and that only present commitment are insufficient to establish accountability. Previous research, these findings are consistent with previous studies on research which indicate a gap between the absorption of public aspiration and their realized in policy. Conceptual framework. Research as understand it as a political communication process that is immediate and framed by local media. Have a citizen aspiration, media construction, DPRD, accountability, policy follow-up. Finding next. The finding is local media. Local media predominantly frame DPRD recesses as ceremonial procedural activity, emphasizing aspiration, absorption, and political commitment, while giving less attention to substantive accountability, particularly policy follow-up, transparent oversight, and policy outcome. Conclusion. Research have emerged from a public discourse, but still need to move toward substantive accountability. News coverage of research is dominated by infrastructure and public service issues. DPRD members are the most prominent actor in news narrative. The accountability present tend to be procedural and performative, and follow-up action, budgeting, and policy outcome have not received balanced attention. And local media need to strengthen their verification function so that public discourse become more substantive. And then research are meaningful for democracy when the media connect public aspiration, policy process, follow-up action, and accountable outcome. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Any question? No. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think this is very interesting because it's sort of like political communications, right?
Yes.
Okay, is there any incident whereby the media portray the wrong informations about politicians? Am I right?
What
This is focus,
policy?
yeah, on this what you call it, DPMB,
DPRD. It's
DPRD.
like Departemen Perwakilan Rakyat in Malaysia or?
Yeah, because
Yes, DPRD in Indonesia.
Wakil Rakyat.
Wakil
So
Rakyat.
usually they are the people in their constituency vote them for these people to become the politicians. Am I right?
Yes.
So you want to see how the media portray how they go back to the community, go back to their constitutions.
Public discourse.
Yes. Is there any of the discourse in the media that you found out that this is not accurate, right? Maybe it give more damage in terms of image of these leaders. Or is there any incidents or that? I mean, the discourse that actually create the so-called not a good image or a good image, perhaps. They exaggerate too much.
What, the image is like public discourse, but
Yes, yes. Public discourse in the
it's like
media, right?
the media, but I think the people in masyarakat Indonesia like to have media information about research. So I think how to explain, I don't know. So just ya jadi media tak apa ya, coba ulang lagi tadi, Mas.
Bagaimana apa nama diskurs yang diskurs di media tu membentuk satu persepsi yang baik ataupun yang tidak baik berkaitan dengan ahli politik. Itulah.
Yeah.
Mungkin dia tak selalu pergi ke apa nama meluangkan masa ke dia punya distrik tu kan, dia punya konstituensi. Tapi media exaggerate. Oh.
Ya, jadi rata-rata in DPRD in Bengkulu, jadi ada beberapa DPR yang menggunakan reses tersebut untuk melangsungkan aspirasi masyarakat. Jadi terkadang hal tersebut juga tidak ada merealisasinya untuk reses itu. Jadi kadang mereka itu hanya untuk seremonial saja.
Tidak memberi apa-apa impact kepada rakyat
Yes.
sebenarnya. Ianya cuma seremonial, pergi
Yes.
ke program rasmikan, tapi
Yeah.
impact kepada rakyat tu tak ada.
Tak ada.
Oh,
Just
it's very
the fact is like karena waktu saja lah, Miss.
It's a good research that you embark on, right? I
Yes.
really like it so much. And I think it can be implemented to all the states, not only Indonesia. Right. As a rakyat, of course, we want our leader kan to come and look after us. But they only come during the campaign period, during the coming the elections. Then
Awal-awal macam itulah.
But not all lah kan. Okay. Alright. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Okay, next. The topic will be community-led learning centers as a response to education gaps. A case study of Myanmar refugee camps in Malaysia, right? What will we talk? Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Tong from Myanmar. Thank you for my lecturers and daughters and my fellow brothers giving me a chance to present my topics. I would like to share, I would like to present the data is community-led learning centers as a response to education get a case study of Myanmar refugee camps in Malaysia. Next. Background education and refugee in Malaysia. Education is a fundamental human right under the UN Declaration, yet for Myanmar refugees children in Malaysia, that right remains structurally out of reach. And here there are three data barriers to public education. The second is the consequence of interactive schooling. The third is grassroots alternatives. The next. Challenges and consequence. Here we have two case challenges faces Myanmar refugee youth, and another is consequent. Challenges is there are no legal recognition and no access to public schools, and financial hardships and language barriers and discrimination and exclusion. Consequence is height and limitation and cycles. Height, school dropout rates among refugee youth, and limited employabilities and future prospects, and cycles of poverty and social marginalization. The next, community-led learning centers. Grassroots non-governmental education use runs by refugees feeling against the former system does not reach. Here also there are three titles. The first is community run. The second is adapted curriculum. The third is volunteer educators. Community-run non-governmental youth organized and sustained by refugee communities themselves. Adapted curriculum content shared around refugee needs, mother tongues, and live realities. The third is volunteer educators. Peer teachers and community leaders provide instruction and mentorship. The next, research methodology. Qualitative case study grounded in the lived experience of refugee learners and educators and community leaders. Here also, we have these three titles. The first is interview, the second is observation, the third is document analysis. Interviews youth educators and community leaders share perspectives on access, learning, and belonging. The second, observation. Field work within a learning center captures pedagogy and atmosphere and daily returns. The third is document analysis. Attendance records and curriculum materials reviewed and patterns and case. The next, educational outcomes. Here also are four titles. The first is attendance, the second is the skill, the third is the confidence, the fourth is quotient. So attendance, the first is attendance, increase school attendance and consistent participation among and through youth. And the second is skill, measurable improvements in literacy and numeracy across age groups. The third is confidence, enhance self-confidence, agency, and motivation to continue learning. The final, cohesion, strength and community networks and mutual support around education. The next, community impact. Here also are four titles. The first is a safe space. The second is empowerment. The third is livelihoods. The fourth is ongoing challenges. The first one is a safe space. Learning center serves as centuries fostering belonging and social inclusion. The second, empowerment. Empowerment, refugees take and leader and decision-making roles inside their centers. The third, livelihoods. Informal employment emerge through teaching and coordination and administration. The fourth, ongoing challenges, resource limits and long-term sustainability remain resolved concerns. The next, opportunities and challenges. Here, opportunity is three titles: flexible and relevant. And the second is community ownership. The third is repeat adaptability. Challenges: no formal recognition, and the second is funding constraints, and the third is capacity gaps. The next, for policy and practice. Here also we see the fourth. The first one is formal recognition. A knowledge community led learning center within Malaysia's education policies framework. The second is resource allocation. Direct sustained funding and material support to crossroads refuge education providers. The third, capacity building. Invest in training programs for community educators and center coordinators. The fourth, rights advocacy. Advance refugee children's right to education through coordinated legal and civil advocacy. The next, a community built answer to a systematic case. Here also are four titles. The first is viable alternative. Community-led learning centers meaningfully address education gaps where formal system cannot reach. The second is real outcomes. They improve learning confidence and social inclusion despite these structural barriers. The third, policy imperatives. Sustain support and formal recognizing are essential. Scale and second this initiative. The fourth, community agency. The funding found the centrality of community agency in refugee education. So thank you all of you. Any question?
I think I have one question. Okay, thank you, Brother Tuang. Right, I think this research is quite timely, right?
Yeah.
It's a good research. You're focusing on the displaced children from Myanmar. May I know that this is the school cater for any ethnicity from Myanmar? Is it Chin or Rohingyas? Is there any particular of
Yes, most of people are Chin and from Myanmar. So our country, Myanmar, is conflicts, politics, and people's fighting every day, every night. So people come to Malaysia to work here. So some people cannot get education, so cannot. Some people do not work, so it is difficult for refugee peoples in Malaysia.
currently you observe, right, throughout your study?
Yeah.
Total, how many is displaced children that currently registered under this education center? Are you the one of the teachers also?
Yeah.
All right, that's good.
Yes, I think here Pudu also Pudu area, Sapurut areas six educational learning center and others so many that education is a little big group and any group like this.
All right. How many volunteers? How many teachers currently under?
Some community has three teachers, and some communities only two like that. So children are so many, and educated and teachers are very few.
Few. Is there any locals volunteers in the
Some
center?
people are non-NGO, some people are here local people, some people are from other country.
Other country.
Yeah.
So how, if other country, how they communicate with the children?
Yeah, it is for religions they do, yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think Dr. Siva. Thank you so much, brother.
Thank you. Pay attention.
Topic will be Pakistan's mediating role in United States-Iran relations, strategic motivations, challenges, and diplomatic implications. Umar Yassin, right?
Yes, sir.
Carry on.
First of all, my humble greetings to everybody seated in this auditorium. And before moving on to my presentation, as shown in the topic is the Pakistan mediating role in United States, Iran relations, strategic motivation, challenges, and diplomatic implications. So before moving on, it is pertinent to mention here, like to divulging the fact why I choose this topic. As far as my concern, I'm from Pakistan, studying as an international student here. So this is very, I must say, this is a very critical issue. I can say it can directly trigger to the world peace. Like it may not directly trigger to the Southeast Asian countries, but it may to the Western countries like Pakistan, India, Iran, and so on. So next, please. Next one. Okay, so the background and introduction. The conflict between these two countries, US and Iran, continues to shape the security and the political landscape of the Middle East whatsoever. The main point is what is the background? The following the 1979 revolution and the embassy hostage crises between the US and Iran severed their formal ties. Pakistan uniquely positioned itself by the housing Iran's interest section in the Washington, D.C., establishing an enduring institutionalized back channel. Right after Pakistan shares a porous 900-kilometer border with the Iran, necessitating localized security cooperation, simultaneously, Islamabad is historically threatened to Washington for military aid and IMF backing and to GCC states. The GCC states are all like the Arab states for economic survival, demanding an intricate balancing act. Next one, please. The problem statement, where these problems are occurred, the main points are geostrategic pivot, domestic security, the spillover and the proxy warfare between direct US-Iran and Saudi-Iran escalation threatened catastrophic spillover as a nation with the significant sectarian diversity, regional conflict directly risk igniting domestic proxy violence, rendering mediation a matter of state survival. Next, please. So my research objectives and the questions will light under the critical map nexus between the Pakistan national security, its preservation from the proxy war deterrence, and to evaluate the diplomatic friction. Because Pakistan is also not in a very good position to mediate with like the most dominance power holder country in the world like US. So Pakistan already have many sanctions over their own security. So examining how adopting a mediator identity enhances Pakistan's normative prestige or diplomatic leverage vis-a-vis major global powers and regional blocs. So questions will be like the domestic imperatives, how to do Pakistan internal economic vulnerabilities and sectarian security dynamics, the structure constraints, the geopolitical implications. Next, please. The literature review will be neglects vulnerable mediators like Pakistan that mediate of geostrategic necessity and immediate state survival, under theorizes Islamabad proactive complex balancing act, and the emphasis proxy warfare, the JCPOA, it's called the JACPOA, stands for the Joint Call Plan of Action. It's like if one country under threat, it can be considered all countries like under threat and under war. And the Arab state containment strategies. Next, please. So theoretical framework will be systemic, imperative, and domestic variables. This framework explains how systemic pressure, anarch, US-Iran rivalry, international sanctions, and moreover, identity and strategic balances examines how Pakistan constructs its national role conception as a bridge builder, and this role enactment allows Islamabad to navigate competing role prescription demanded by the USA. Next, please. So the research methodology will work as it's a qualitative case study, and the case relation the same like as per the topic Pakistan mediating role in the US and Iran. And the data sources I gathered will be from the combinatory primary sources MOFA press releases. MOFA stands for this is Ministry of Foreign Affairs Pakistan, US State Department briefing, Iranian diplomat cables with semi-structured elite interviews of former diplomats, defensive analysts, data which can be gathered from the social media apps and authenticated media channels. Next one, please. The finding structure challenges. Pakistan mediation is severely handicapped by the threat of secondary US sanction. As I intimated here before, that Pakistan is also not in a very good position to mediate with the sovereign state and the dominant state, who is called so-called the superpower, US. The inability to finalize the Iran-Pakistan gas pipeline illustrates how Washington's financial hegemony overrides Islamabad energy security needs. Right after Tehran often views Islamabad with suspicion due to its deep military ties with Riyadh and historical, because Pakistan is already under with the treaty. A few days before, they signed a treaty like a Muslim NATO, Turkey, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and Pakistan, they are under the same treaty. It is called a Muslim NATO now. So, what will be the next, please? What will be the sustainable development goals which fall under, as per my research, is to it will be the SDG 16, peace and institutions, SDG 8, economic growth, SDG 17, partnerships between all these countries and to work like a bridge between these countries. And right after SDG 17, uh, the encourage multi-vector diplomacy. Policy implications will be fall same as the develop effective diplomacy framework. So it can be next, please. So it can be concluded like as a Pakistan mediation between Washington and Tehran is anchored not in idealistic altruism but is essential self-preservation, safeguarding macroeconomic lifelines, energy flows, and domestic border integrity from the regional spillover. By transforming geopolitical vulnerabilities into the diplomatic currency, Pakistan successfully repositioned itself despite structural sanctions. It remains an indispensable asymmetric middle power facilitator in global crisis management. Thank you. Questions, if any?
Brother Umar Yassin.
Yes,
All right. It's very interesting research that you will embark, right? We just want to know in what aspect at this stage, right? I think the earlier stage of your research,
Yes, ma'am.
at what aspect that you think Pakistan can be the best, I mean, to be successfully mediate the relationship between US and also
Tehran.
yeah, Iran.
Ma'am, Pakistan will not be successful, even though if their internal issues, firstly, they have to be sorted their internal issues right after. There is a main issue between US and Tehran by date is the Strait of Hormuz. Strait of Hormuz, the passway from the ships we are going through, and the nuclear power program of Tehran. So primarily, I can say primarily, uh, US needs to put so many sanctions on Tehran, and they have to gather their data, their research work, so they do not able to do their nuclear program. So Pakistan is doing work as a bridge, right after their first initial talks in the Islamabad, the capital of Pakistan, a month ago. They successfully performed as a mediator, but right after few days, the war again began, the conflict again begins. So as far as my little knowledge is concerned, the this problem is still in the line because this is the present event. It is still going on. The war is still going on. So Pakistan is not successfully mediating its role, but they initiate it.
How about the recent military pact with Saudi? It make does it make the Pakistan more weightage to be a good I mean to be successfully being a mediators in between US and Iran?
Ma'am, in the past, Pakistan has also some tensions with the Iran, but after this conflict between US and Tehran, now Pakistan is successfully stepping forward and initiating the process. The joint action of plan with the Saudi Arabia was already signed. Now, in this plan, Turkey is also involved. So they are now going to combine to make a sovereign triple state to defensive their military alignments and their interest. So Tehran is now on the side of Pakistan. The problem is right now is with the Washington. The US dominance, they always demanded, they always required to do in their interest.
Of course, because they are superpower.
Yes, they claim superpower. They are on a dominance position. So Pakistan is just initiated the process. The first step is just done in this peace talk Islamabad. Right now, the conflict begin again, the tension between two states again. Now again, the Pakistan is the step forward to mediating its to serve them as much possible.
From Spain, that's right. Apart from maybe Pakistan, do you have any state in mind that might be this state capable to mediate the relations, you know, between US and Iran, part of Pakistan?
Ma'am, Pakistan has a capability to mediate it because it's the sixth world largest army, not in terms of it is underdeveloped. I assume that the Pakistan is underdeveloped country, but Pakistan on a military align, it is a very strong country. What other countries who may join? India, firstly, India, but India did not do nothing so far. So, firstly, it is a like significant role played by the Pakistan to step forward because, as I mentioned before, it is directly triggered the world peace. It can kill millions of people if the war conflict begin more spread.
Okay, I think for now that's it, brother. It's a good research topic actually.
Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right. What's the next presenter? Right. It's a gray zone conflict and international security in the Indo-Pacific. Aliza, right?
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Aliza, and my topic is gray zone conflict. and international security in Indo-Pacific. Okay, so basically my research focuses on gray zone conflict and international security between 2016 to 2026. The international security in Indo-Pacific, it's important because the states are now increasing to aligning with the objectives and the strategic things. And secondly, please, the next slide. Okay, so we can see here the South China is an important arena in the contemporary zone because it gives the competition and it creates a difficult policy problem. And with the coercion, the states always remain the coercion and they did not go for the conventional armed conflict. Secondly, if we studied the individual's incidents to be selectively, the result will be very low because individual actions are very low, and basically the raises concerns regarding the international law deterrence and escalation and the regional stabilities is it will be studied in this research. Also the study, the main temporal is to study between 2016 to 2026. Why? Because of the arbitral award which gives to the in the South China Sea. So this is the basic thing why I choose from 2016. Next slide please. Okay, the scope of the study. So, the geographically, South China Sea is a very important arena, and I choose three basic case studies. The number one is Second Thomas Shoal, which includes Philippines. The second one is Vanguard Bank, which includes Vietnam, and the third one is Luconia Shoals, which includes Malaysia. So, if I talk about the Malaysia, so the Malaysia has a very less, like the less visibility, but with the persistent case. So the Vietnam have the resources and the survey pressure along with the diplomatic ties, and the Philippines has the relatively high escalation environment and a very good alliance with the United States. So the primary actor is China, whereas the responses of Philippines, Vietnam, and Malaysia are the coercion to the escalations. And the ASEAN and the US are considered when they react to the deterrence diplomacy. So the activities, okay, in this context, China has got the many military operations, obstructions, and the information, legal, and a lot of measures in the South China Sea. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide. Okay, the literature review. Basically, my literature review consists of five things. The gray zone conflict, China-led maritime strategy, which includes PLA Navy, Coast Guard, maritime militia, civilian vessels, and survey ships. And then the third one goes to the law and legal ambiguity. Why? Because it comes with the UN clause, the 2016 Basic Arbitral Award, lawfare, and the competitive legal narratives. The third one is climate state responses, and the climate states are the Philippines, Vietnam, and Malaysia. Why these three? Because I choose their case studies. Number fourth one is regional security, which comes with the deterrence, ASEAN cooperation, alliance credibility, and the escalation management. Next slide, please. Okay, so the research gaps till now, because it's at the end of 2016, so till now I have three research gaps. The number one is the missing integrated explanation and the cumulative strategic control. The second one is legal strategic separation. And the third one is limited comparative analysis. Next slide, please. Research questions. Basically, the first and the most important research question is how have China gray zone maritime activities in the South China Sea between 2016 and 2026 have affected international security in the Indo-Pacific, along with some questions which have the responses of the states, what they have done, and how they occupy their the oceans and everything. The next slide, please. Okay, the theories. So basically, it's a qualitative research along with the integrated theoretical and analytical framework. The gray zone cohesion emphasizes on ambiguity, gradualism, and calibrated pressure. With the cumulative control, where comes a persistent presence, assessed denial, obstruction, and the normalization. Third, with the legal ambiguity. For example, the jurisdictional claims, what UN clause says, the basic example is still the 2016, and with the deterrence and the escalation management, where the denial, punishment, resilience, and escalation control comes. Next slide, please. Okay, how the conceptual framework works, it's with the China's gray zone comes with the ambiguity, the basic thing. Then it comes with the assess and the behavioral effects in the South China Sea, and how the cumulative control works with the international security consequences. Next slide, please. Okay, findings. So the findings still, these are not the findings, it's the findings still now. The strategic, number one is strategic selectivity. Number two is the ambiguity as an operational advantage. Number third is cumulative control. With the persistent presence may matter more than the isolated incidents. With the alliance dilemma, like the external support, may strengthen resistance but increase escalation risk, of course. Then, with the transparency, the documentation can reduce the deniability but may not control the independently restore the access. And the last one is ASEAN constraints, importantly for the legitimacy and the diplomacy, but limited rapid operational capacity. Okay, so come to the conclusion. China's maritime approach combines coercion, ambiguity, and the persistent presence, with the framework integrates gray zone coercion, cumulative control, and the legal ambiguity, deterrence, and the escalation management, with the comparative contributions and the responses of the Philippines, Vietnam, and Malaysia, and the security implications which come with international law, deterrence, ASEAN, and the regional stability. And if I see the policy areas, it comes with the maritime domain awareness, documentation, the Coast Guard capacity, the legal preparedness, and the calibrated multilateral corporations. Thank you so much. Any questions?
He's my student, so it's unfair for me to ask questions, right? Okay, just a comment. You have too many things going on.
Yes.
Okay, especially if you look at the research questions.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, there are main questions and six, I think, research questions,
Yeah, the
right?
sub questions are 6, but the main is
Yeah,
one.
but then for a master level, even for a PhD level, we don't
Yeah,
do
it's too much. Yeah,
Yeah,
I know that.
if you're aware, right? And you're using so many theories, conceptual,
Yes, yes,
analytical
yes.
framework, right? So normally you can maximize to two with theories, right? Either
Okay.
one or two. No, do not go more than that.
Okay.
Okay, because your main thing is to explain your research
Basically,
questions,
yes.
your research questions, right? So make it three, something like that. All right.
That's why I just choose 3 cases because it's
Yeah.
a very broad one. I cannot cover all
That's
the
why I say it's
aspects.
okay. Since you are still learning in a new stage,
Yes.
so when you go deeper, you'll get to know more specifics. But
Okay.
anyway, all than that is good. I know you're nervous, but that's why I asked you to practice.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay, the next is the topic will be the significance of green innovation attaining sustainable business practices in Chinese retail enterprises. Tang King. Hmm.
Lufia slide, please. Number 18.
Yeah, thank you so much. May kasi Dr. Emilia to stay until Dr. Siva. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya nama nama saya Lutfia Del Al-Mikhlafi. I am from Yemen. Today I'm going to present a topic. Thank you for Prof. Pixie, but she is not here, to allowed me to just present. I am from Faculty of Education. So Faculty of Social Science interviewed me to present some thoughts about this topic. It is about Arab feminist literary reading of Andrew Andrew centrism in the English translated Yemeni novel. So it is English only translated Yemeni novel for one author called Zaid Mutadammak. So one theory, one concept, lens for analytic, one translated literary text, and one author. Next, please. I will ask a small question for the student. Why do you think that the icon of Lincoln is a man, right? Why it is not a woman? Anyway, okay. This is Zaid Mutadammag. He is the diplomatic author and politician. He wrote a novel called The Hostage. The Hostage was the political system in Yemen when the imams in the 14th, it's set on the 14th, next, take a hostage from each tribes to guarantee the loyalty of the tribe for the imam. That was the system, and it has been inherited from the Ottomanic political system. So next, I want you to look to this photo and to see that the hostage was a small boy. He has taken from his tribe or his father from the mountain, and he has been put in the palace in Yemen, and he became a servant, attendant, and we see the whole novel through his eyes. We see the novels from his yeah, I want your engagement because I'm going to ask you about the icon, the Lincoln icon. Okay, next. So the previous studies has been focused in this novel on male literary figures, and they are these studies mainly look to the novel through the political and historical point of view and the dominated voice of the narrator. In 2025, finally, we have a theory to look to this novel, but this theory also came as how the male developed from being being a small boy to become a young man, and it's all centered on the male. Okay, and also most of the time they are associate this novel with the objectification of female. Female present the dark ages. Female present the Imamate era. Okay, and yeah, next. So the gap is multi. In my perspective, the gap is in the perspective itself, in the methodology, because I have created another methodology you're going to see, and in using the theory, because I have used a new theory, which is the Arab feminist theory. So and the second slide, you are going to see what is the theory and how I do the methodology. And the end of this presentation, you will see how the perspective is totally changed. Okay, the question of the study is lead all this paper is how androcentrism constructed. It's not what the character or what is the woman is doing in
in the novel. No, I am looking at how this male centrism constructed and represented in the novel. Okay, so through the observation, the objective observation, and taking evidence, and then interpretation, and then link all this for to support me is the Arab feminist theory. Okay, so the term is next, please. The term is not new. Actually, it is the term has been in the academia for in the feminist debate through the since 1911, when they published by this author, the American author. You can see her name, Charlotte Perkins Gilman, through her book, The Man-Made Word, or the Androcentrism, culture. Okay, this book has been published in 1911. So the central analytic concept, which through all my analysis, is this term, androcentrism. Next. So these are my theorists. I think they are, Nawal Saadawi is very famous. Her book has been here in Malaysia in the Bahasa Melayu. It has been translated in Bahasa Melayu, and it is in the library, Central Library, University Malaya, and also UPM as well. And Fatima Maraisi is from Morocco. Nawal Saadawi is from Egypt. These are my thinker and the main thinker to support my discussion. And these are their books: The Hidden Face of Eve, Women in the Arab World, and also the second book is Beyond the Veil: Male and Female Dynamics in the Modern Muslim Society. Next. Okay, so I'm not going to read all this, but from the theory, you will see that, for example, this is just one example from Nawal Saadawi, how she explained the representation of women in the Arab literature. In the Arab literature, most of the time, how these women, the authors and Arab authors present women. Devil, maybe, devil. Image from a thousand and one nights, something like that. Still same, no change. Next. Okay, the methodology I have built, it is a qualitative literary text analysis, and the analytic procedures is the close reading. So I'm going to do the close reading through these phases, 4 phases, and in the reading is going to be on 6 multiple levels: description, narrative, characterization, and symbolic. So I'm going to give a description of narration as an example, and characterization and symbolic in my discussion. So then all this reading is going to be linked and supported by the Arab feminist theory. Next. Okay, this is the second part of this presentation, which is led us to ask through the same question, how androcentrism is constructed. So when a woman appears in a story, who gets to decide who she is? Is it the woman herself, or is it the person who looks at her and decided her, judge her, and tell her story? So my paper is different perspective, different theory, and different or deeper kind of analysis through close reading, literally analysis. Next. So I just an example quickly because of the time to let the people go. I'm going to discuss the character. I want the audience, you guys, girls, boys, I want you to look to this passage, just because we don't have time. Just next, and read it. Read this.
Finish? Okay, read the other one. This is how the narrator describe the female in the narrator in the novel. Okay, how he describe his companion, the male companion. Next. When he looking to her, this is her. Next. The companion. No, this is her. Same. Guessing at her. What else? Showing hands, a door, golden bracelet, her hand, henna, milky, pure milky, mixed with, okay, orange scarf. All this is guess. Male centrism in the text. Okay, the different. Okay, next. How I admire his energy, his grace, his smile. Wish I combine them. He's bright, tactical, quick, always ready, wet. This is his companion, the other male. So I think we need to look to the Yemeni literature or the Arab literature in another perspective, especially this novel, because it is always connected to the politic era, dark era of a particular country called Yemen. Okay, findings. After the discussion and the supported my discussion with Nawal Saidawi and Fatima Maraisi, my theory, Arab feminist theory, I have found that in this paper the male narrative authority. There is authority in the male. This is the power of narrative. And the female objectification. And there is idealization. Why idealization? Because she's a princess. She is educated in that era. She can wrote letters. She's very educated. She demanded the soldier to take the hostage, to punish him. She has the power. She is, and then degradation. So again, snake, hissing sound, moral judgment. Of course, he is going to judge her after all this. The construction of the female as other, mysterious. We don't know. And sometimes Dominic, that she's a devil, He tried to pray, but he cannot pray anymore. And to forget her until he stopped praying at all. She's a devil. Okay? But she is, as the passage before, because we don't have time, he said that she is the most beautiful creature, and anyone who will going to love her, maybe he will die, And then ristic of freedom. So next, at the end, I want you to look to this photo. Next, and to this photo. Who do you think that the hostage is in this novel? Is this the hostage, the boy himself, or someone else? Something hidden. This is my paper, to look for the hidden image in which is not being, which is being neglected. Okay, thank you. So one term, lens, one theory, one text, but the reading, because we are education, the reading has got a protocol of reading. So the framework of reading is a little bit deep. Any question? That's it, very simple. So next time when you see something like this, or the Bengals with a mustache, Bengals always, you must ask yourself, who has the authority to push you to look to the word the way that he wants it to look it to? In a movies, in a reading books, to something like that. Social media, the icon also all male. Okay, so we have been dominated by androcentrism.
Right. Thank you so much. Do you have any questions?
Very sexy topic.
But I'm not from a literature's background, but I'm interested to read the novel. As I think it's a good novel. And perhaps what is your suggestion? The woman should write more novels, or so that they can portray the truths.
We in Yemen, in the literary scene, we want justice. We want justice. Justice in even translate us. Can you imagine that? Before the hostage, there is a short story called The Hostage by Ramziya Al-Iryani, written in Arabic. And it is in her small short story collection. And I asked one of the translator, very well known here in Malaysia, and he is a very famous in Yemeni embassy, to translate this short story to see the balance, because Ramziya Al-Iryani has the same name 10 years before, or years before this one, and it is talk about the mother when the child has been taken from her lap to put on captivation in the imam's or governance palace. From the mother perspective, what he said, this translator, I don't think so. I don't think that it is important. So in future, I will translate. I will have a project to translate even the same era. I'm not going contemporary, very comfortable. But this modern era, I must make a balance between the perspective. So I will lead a project. I will try to have sponsorship to lead a project for translate this Ramziya Al-Iryani. It's written in Arabic. So what is written in English and people knows us in the global setting, this. Do you think this is fair? I'm claiming through this conference justice for Yemeni literature.
Thank you, Sisters Lutfia Dail Al-Makhlafi. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Go to number 20. Doplo. 20. 20, right? Oh, this is you, right? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. Okay. This is you, right? Okay.
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 Shall we?
Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tang Qing. I'm glad to present my research at Asia Rising International Conference 2026, hosted by Lincoln University College. Today, my topic is the significance of green innovation in attaining sustainable business practice in Chinese retail enterprises. Next slide, please. Now, let's move to the introduction. Climate change, resource depletions, and environmental pollution have reshaped global market competitions, pushing sustainability into core corporate strategy. Green innovation refers to eco-friendly products, technology, and management that cut pollution and lift operational efficiency. Retailers links mass consumptions, logistics, and waste discharge. So green innovation carries special weight for this sector. Based on prior research, I start to discuss how green innovation drives sustainable retailers development in China. Okay, next slide, please. This study centered on Chinese retail firms and their green transformation. I examined 6 green measures like eco-tech adoption, sustainable products research, and development, green supply chain, energy saving operation, waste reduction, and green packaging. I also analyze how green innovation affects operational efficiency, customer satisfaction, and corporate reputation. Besides, I summarize the unique opportunities and barriers for domestic retailers. The findings can guide retail operators and policymakers to advance sustainable retail in China. Next slide, please. As to the literature review, scholars widely recognize green innovation can save resources. Low emission and strengthen corporate competitiveness. Traditional resource-based view regards environmental technology as unique competitive assets, while natural resources-based view further highlights pollution control and green research and development as core organizational strengths. Most existing papers discuss manufacturing industry, and they merely separate environmental benefits without link green innovation to comprehensive business gain for retailers. Next slide, please. And as to the research gaps, there are clear research gaps worth exploring. Firstly, most green innovation studies target manufacturing with insufficient discourse focus on Chinese retail industry. Secondly, few works jointly analyze products, process, technological, and organizational green innovation together. Thirdly, existing literature rarely explore how green innovation employs retail operational, customer loyalty, and long-term cooperation sustainability. So my research will fill these blank areas. Okay, next slide, please. And as to the objectives and the question of this research, I like to say my core research objectives is very clear. That is how to evaluate how green products innovation shapes sustainable business practice in Chinese retail industries. And my single core research question is, how does green product innovation affect sustainable business practice within Chinese retail sectors? All my questionnaire design and model building and statistics tests are focused on this kind of field. Next slide, please. Yes, the theory. As to the series part, I used two series in my research. The first one is from the hard natural resource-based view. It argues pollution preventions and sustainable product development help firms build long-term competitive advantages, which matches my analysis of retail green innovation. Second is the Freeman stakeholder theory. It explains retailers must satisfy environmental demands from the customers or the communities or the environmental groups via green innovation. Next slide, please. And as to the framework, as you can see from the PowerPoint I showed, I will organize it from the four parts. They are as to the green product, green process, green technology adoptions, and green organizational innovation. All four dimensions join and act on the dependent variable. Sustainable business practice of Chinese retail enterprises. I put forward hypothesis H1, as you can see there. Hypothesis H1, that green innovation exists a significant positive influence on retail sustainability. As to the next page, please. As to the finding part, this is all my test results. As you can see, the sample quality is quite good. So as to the KMO, it's okay. The KMO value is 0.982. And the Bartlett test and shows the average score of respondent is 73.97. And F value equals to 103.6 to 1, and the p-value less than the 0.0001. So as we all know, if the p-value less than the 0.05 is quite good. So the data of my research is efficient enough. And as to the conclusion part, to conclude this research, the statistical research fully prove green product innovations significantly promote sustainable operation for Chinese retailers. By using recycled raw material, reducing packaging waste, and develop eco-friendly goods, retailers can efficiently improve environmental performance. Green product innovation is not only a solution to environmental risk, but also a strategy to release a long-term business sustainability for retail enterprises in China. And next slide, please. This is all the reference I used in this research, and they are the core literature I cited, including the theory, as I mentioned before, like the Freeman's and Hart's one, and recent domestic and foreign research on green innovation in retail and manufacturing industries. This document lay a solid foundation for my whole research framework and reliable measurement design. Next page, please. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your listening. Oh, thank you so much.
Hi, sisters Tang Qing.
Yeah, Tang Qing.
Tang Qing.
Yes.
Tang Qing.
Quite good.
All right. It's a good also the topic, right? You focus on green innovation and how it can sustain the retail business practice in China.
Yes.
Perhaps what the other country can learn, right, from China in terms of green innovations, and you also mentioning about it give a good impacts to the environment, not only in terms of business practice, but to the environment. Maybe what the other country can learn from China?
As I can say, but I would like to say this could be a limitation because different countries have different cultures and different market environment. So they can learn from it, but maybe it's not useful to them. But I can, for example, like a brand. I'm not sure if you heard before, in China, it's a coffee brand, and it use the electrical saving. Like you can use the solar energy. Yes, solar energy. Yes, solar energies and wind energy, or the other kind of clean energy. So to do the eco-friendly things, this is the first part. They can use this to give the lights energy power, and also they encourage their customers to take their buttons, like the Starbucks. They have a whole logistic chain, and they can save many. They can do the money saving from the planting a coffee tree to the delivery and to the producing the products, and all this stuff. All these stuffs are aiming to the one objectives is to do the eco-friendly things. If I mention,
Yeah, correctly. Okay. How the states motivates this business enterprise,
yes,
to go for the green innovations? Is
Mhm.
there any incentive perhaps, or even punishment if they are not not involved in this green innovation?
We also have some policies from the government. Yes, like I'm not sure how to translate in English, but it named the 双碳, like the carbon, double carbon to green innovation, like this, to encourage the companies or the enterprises to save, and they can give them tax back. Yes, to encourage the companies or the enterprises, no matter it's big or small, to let them to do more eco-friendly things. Yeah.
Right. China is becoming a superpower of economy.
Yeah,
Right.
superpower, yeah.
Is there any? Yes.
Thank you.
The green innovation. What is the most impactful green innovations that perhaps the others can learn?
Maybe from it's hard to say because as I mentioned before, different country have different environmental marketing, and maybe the marketing is very big in China. They have a lot of people do want to buy things and do the consumings, but if in the other countries, maybe they are not not that willing to pay for the retailer things. It's possible, right? So I'm not sure it's and have several advanced technologies. Maybe other countries or including us, we are still in progress of doing these things, to learn, still to discover, still to try to do more efficiency things. Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, sister.
Okay, thank you.
Hello everyone. Assalamu alaikum. Dear respected judges and my research fellows, my name is Friha Aslam and today I am honored to present my research entitled The Influence of Social Media on Diplomatic Relations between Pakistan and Australia. So in today's digital era, the diplomacy is no longer limited to face-to-face meetings, diplomatic negotiations, and social media platforms such as Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Governments can share their national interest and and promote their national interest and share policy initiatives and strengthen bilateral relations. Uh, and also, so through this presentation, I will discuss like background, research background, objectives, theoretical framework, methodology, expected findings, and policy implications. So I hope this research provides valuable insights into the growing importance of digital diplomacy in contemporary international relations. So my first slide is background and introduction. So traditionally, diplomacy was conducted mainly through official meetings, diplomatic negotiations, and government representatives. So, however, the rapid growth of digital technologies has transformed diplomacy, and today governments use increasingly social media platforms such as Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn to connect directly with international audiences, share foreign policy initiatives, and respond quickly to global events. And also, this approach is known as digital diplomacy, where online communication complements traditional diplomatic practices. So platforms such as Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn allows government to embassies to engage with citizens, promote transparency, and strengthen their international image. So Pakistan and Australia have maintained their bilateral relations for many years, particularly in areas such as education, trade, migration, and development cooperation and regional security. Both countries actively use social media platforms to communicate these partnerships and engage with the public. So, however, despite the growing importance of digital diplomacy, there is still limited research examining how social media specifically influences diplomatic relations between Pakistan and Australia. Next slide. So next slide is problem statement. Although digital diplomacy has received significant research and most existing studies focus on major global powers such as USA, China, and European countries, and comparatively very little research has explored how social media influences diplomatic relations between Pakistan and Australia. As both countries increasingly use official social media platforms to communicate with international audiences, and it is important to understand whether these platforms actually strengthen diplomatic engagement, improve public understanding, and support bilateral cooperation. So this research addresses that gap by examining the role of official social media communication in enhancing diplomatic relations between Pakistan and Australia, while also identifying the opportunities and challenges for future trends in diplomatic strategies. Next slide. Next slide is research objective and research question. So this slide presents the main research objectives and the research questions of the study. The primary objective is to examine how social media influence the diplomatic relations between Pakistan and Australia. So this study also investigates how official social media platforms support digital diplomacy, enhance public engagement, and improve bilateral communication. In addition, it also explores both the opportunities and challenges associated with using social media platforms. To achieve these objectives, 5 research questions have been developed. So these questions guide the entire study by examining the influence of digital diplomacy in strengthening and mutual understanding between Pakistan and Australia. Next slide. Next slide is literature review. Literature review shows that social media has become an essential component of digital diplomacy. According to Bajla and Holmes, digital diplomacy allows governments to communicate more effectively with global audiences. Aylan Manur argues that social media has transformed public diplomacy by increasing transparency and public participation. Joseph Nye's soft power theory explains that countries can enhance their international influence by shaping the public opinion through communication rather than force. And also similarly, Jean Melisson emphasizes that public engagement strengthens diplomatic relationships. However, despite these important contributions, very few studies examine the role of social media in diplomatic relations. So this study addresses that gap by providing a focused analysis of their bilateral digital diplomacy. Next slide. Theoretical framework. So this study is guided by Joseph Nye's soft power theory, which explains that countries can achieve their foreign policy goals through attraction rather than force. In the digital age, social media has become an important source of soft power because it allows governments to communicate directly with international audiences. So through official platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, governments can share information, promote their national image, and encourage public engagement. And also this research helps to so in this research, social media is viewed as a tool of digital diplomacy that helps to build trust, improve mutual understanding, and strengthen bilateral relations between Pakistan and Australia. Next slide. Next slide is research methodology. So this study adopts a qualitative case study design because it provides an in-depth understanding of digital diplomacy between Pakistan and Australia. So this research relies on secondary data, including peer-reviewed journal articles, academic books, official government publications, embassy websites, and verified social media accounts. Data are collected through data collection and content analysis of social media communication. The collected information is then analyzed using thematical analysis, which helps identify recurring themes, communication strategies, and patterns of diplomatic engagement. So this methodology is appropriate because it enables a comprehensive examination of how social media contributes to strengthening bilateral relations and also engagement and digital diplomacy between Pakistan and Australia. Next slide. So moving towards the expected findings, it is anticipated that social media has changed the way Pakistan and Australia engage diplomatically. Digital platforms have made communication faster, more transparent, and accessible to wider audiences. So the study expects that social media plays an important role in public diplomacy by promoting cultural understanding and strengthening connections between citizens of both countries. However, the research also highlights the social media that can create challenges, particularly through misinformation, fake news, and negative online campaigns that may influence diplomatic relations and public perceptions. So therefore, effective management of digital communication strategies is essential. Overall, the study expects that social media acts as both an opportunity and challenges for Pakistan and Australia relations, depending on how governments and diplomatic institutions utilize these platforms. Next slide. Next slide is SDGs and policy implications. The study is connected with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, in which SDG 16 promoting peace, justice, and strong institutions, and SDG 17 which emphasizes partnerships and global operations. And also the research suggests that governments should develop strong diplomacy policies to maximize the benefits of social media. Promoting digital literacy, addressing misinformation, and encouraging positive online engagement can help strengthen mutual understanding and cooperation between Pakistan and Australia. Next slide. So in conclusion, social media has transformed the nature of diplomacy by creating new channels for communication, engagement, and cooperation. So in the context of Pakistan and Australia, digital platforms provide opportunities to enhance public diplomacy and strengthen bilateral relations. So however, challenges such as misinformation and negative online narratives require careful management. However, a balanced and a strategic approach to social media use can help both countries improve diplomatic relations and build stronger connections in the digital era. Thank you.
Sister Farisha Aslam.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to focus on digital diplomacy